The greatest chess minds in the world have arrived in Germany, where the historic city of Munich will host the second leg of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. Former world champions, rising stars and the finest players of their continents will fight for a total prize pool of €80,000. Local fans will be cheering for two home heroes on show, Elisabeth Paehtz and Dinara Wagner, both looking to win the title for the host nation. Join our live show every day between the 2nd and 13th of February from 3 p.m. Central European Time. Your hosts for today are Grandmaster Stefan Kindermann and Women International Master Veronika Exler.
Hello aus München, welcome to the last round of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. Here next to me is Grandmaster Stefan Kindermann.
And International Master of Austria, Veronika Exler.
Yeah, and we hope that his voice will last for this round. Yeah, so this is real Stefan Kindermann, although he might sound differently today.
A Terminator-like voice.
So first have a look at the results from yesterday. We had a very important game between Alexandra and Humpy had big chances to win, but unfortunately in the end it was only draw.
Yeah, incredible game because I think Alexandra does not have only 9 lives but at least 81 lives. This is really incredible. But on the other hand, she really also put up very clever, very tough defense in seemingly hopeless positions, so in a way it's also deserved.
That's right. So, what will we see here in this last round? Alexandra and Humpy are fighting for the first place here in this big tournament. And we have the pairings. Jiner against Alexandra. Then we have Alina with white against Elisabeth. We have Mariya with white against Dinara. Anna with white against Zhansaya. Nana with white against Harika, and the other very important game, Humpy against Zhongyi.
Yeah, I think especially Humpy and Nana, they will also do their best at least to get the silver and bronze medals and collect very important points for the overall standings, as the first 2 of the overall standings will get places for the candidates and have the chance to fight for the World Championship.
So at the moment, Alexandra is leading with 7.5 points, followed by Humpy with 6.5 points, then Nana with 6 and Dronavalli with 5.5. Then we have Zhansaya, Elisabeth and Zhongyi with 5 points, Jiner and Mariya with 4.5 points, Alina with 4, Anna with 3.5 and Dinara with 3 points. So it's great to see that everyone made some points and everyone also made some nice victories here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because it's really very depressing if you leave a tournament without any victory. Unfortunately, I know this feeling from my professional career and this is very sad. But the good thing in chess is even after losing lots of games, if you win one, then you feel much better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so after all, Alexandra still has to fight for her victory here in this tournament, because if she would lose today, what we of course don't expect after these games, and if Humpy would win her game today, then both players would have the same amount of points. But the problem is, tiebreak number 1 is most blacks, so Humpy had more black games in this tournament and then she would win.
Yeah, but and of course, I'm very curious how well Humpy can collect her mental strength today, because this result from yesterday must have been very frustrating. She played an absolutely great game, totally outplayed with black Alexandra yesterday, and then just let the win slip away at least twice, maybe more. And if she won today, if she won yesterday, this would have been a perfect starting position for today, because as we said, concerning tiebreak, she would win. So in this case, she would be even in a better situation. While today, it sounds more like theoretical chances that Alexandra loses against Jiner and she wins. I mean, it's possible, but it's not highly probable.
Yeah, so her Chinese opponents will decide on this tournament. But for Alexandra, it's a little bit easier because she's playing against Jiner, while Humpy is playing against Zhongyi, and Zhongyi is also a former world champion. So not so easy.
Yeah, so I would give at least let's say, 90% chances that Alexandra is winning this tournament. But that's the exciting thing about chess and other sports. Anything can happen in the end.
So let's start with the game between Jiner and Alexandra.
Yeah, that's quite an interesting Nimzo-Indian line. It's understandable that Alexandra in this very important game for her is using a solid setup because draw is enough for her to clinch tournament victory. And I think it's a line that we saw already in a game of Dinara with white. If I remember right. I think it was Dinara against Jiner. This line, and I seem to remember that here white put a knight to f3, which is more usual. Well, just generally speaking here, white does have the long-term asset of the two bishops. But on the other hand, black does have a flexible position and fluid development in this game with this line that Dinara had white. This I seem to remember. She had these two bishops and also some mobile center, and it looked very nice for her. But in fact, she underestimated the black piece activity and was hit by a very strong tactical shot and lost in the end. So, I mean, it's not an automatic, she cannot go on autopilot here.
And here we see a different setup in the game before. Stefan just mentioned. We also saw c5, but then later on it was the idea with knight c6 and e5 played. But here we see the other setup I was talking about last time with b6 and bishop a6.
Yeah, it's interesting. Bishop goes to a6 and puts here some pressure on the knight, but of course white is sidestepping. And now again, I mean, the typical point is if white succeeds here to push f3, e4, develop the bishop, then white can get a very dangerous initiative, and black will have to try to also probably later to put pressure on the white center or maybe to play along the white squares. Sometimes also white maybe has to look out for some attack against her king. And this is a very interesting opening with lots of tension. So yeah, maybe also Jiner is playing a bit on the nerves of Alexandra. It's always a difficult situation if you know that draw is sufficient for you. It's the psychological danger that caught even very strong players is that you get too passive and then just lose because of this and you don't dare to make active moves. But I think Alexandra is so experienced, and even if she would land in a very bad position, she has proven that this doesn't mean anything, I mean, concerning the final result. So which position would you prefer him?
For me, it's easier to play with white. I mean, I'm playing this with black, and it's okay, of course. But still, you always have to watch out for some white attack, as you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, probably black will put some pressure on d4, I guess. And because just trying to prevent white to play the desired move e4. But then maybe white can play the bishop to b2 and strengthen the center. And black can play e5, but on the other hand, then this bishop will get stronger and the knight will get access to f5. So I think here's a very lively game ahead, and it definitely does not look like some dull drawish variation. So Jiner definitely is showing some fighting spirit.
Yeah, and also Alexandra.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, she shows a solid line, and I think the white reply is relatively sharp. I mean, so I think here she has no choice then. I think this was rather white here who chose the fighting ground in a way. Okay.
Have a look at the other important game today, Humpy against Zhongyi.
Okay. Well, after g6, now even preparing the Grünfeld or the King's Indian. The g3 system, very solid positional system, and now this symmetrical, in my view, is a bit boring, but in fact the Grünfeld main lines with d5 are considered to be a bit dangerous for black, and c6, this symmetrical line, to be more solid. Here are lots of white approaches, but Humpy plays it the most solid one. It looks symmetrical, and I think if white wants a draw wouldn't be a problem, but of course there are also some sharper approaches. I think you know more about this line, Veronika, no?
I played it with black once, yes. And then I faced a very complicated position because I sacrificed one pawn for activity. Yeah, but of course black can also play more silent.
Yeah, I wonder this because this is very solid line, and if Humpy wants to win, but you never know. I mean, maybe she analyzed the lines to some depths and believes that White can hope for some advantage. Yeah, this knight jump to e5 is quite typical.
Yeah, and bishop f5, yeah. Actually, this position I played with both colors. My last game was with black, but before I also faced it with white sometimes. But then I changed my line with white against this setup and went for this queen b3 instead of taking on d5.
Okay, but let's move on because it's not the most exciting variation. Anna, I think. No, she started with the 4 knights, but I think other games there was the Scotch d4. And now she went for the very classical Roy Lopez 4 knights. This is positionally quite interesting. Yeah, now bishop takes c6, and I seem to remember, because there's quite interesting recent repertoire book by Kalifman, because I also studied it some 2 years ago. And there is the idea to take in c6, but usually not linked with taking in e5, but usually white is playing some approach, d3, knight e2, g3, a bit like in the Roy Lopez main lines, where also the transfer of the knight to g3 is important. But in this moment to take in e5, it also might be some kind of draw offer if black takes in c3 and e4. Although in this Kalifman book also there were lots of lines that looked drawish, but his point was that still white keeps a small pull. So maybe it's only seemingly innocent. I mean, just the question what black plays, maybe rook e8 or take instantly on c3 and e4. I mean, I guess rook e8 would be the normal move. Now let's say we probably read the knight to
d4 is not working because of c5?
Well, one is c5 and the other one is also now to take in c3 and e4. I think both are possible, but c5 also looks attractive.
Okay, anyway, in the game she played knight to d3 now.
Yeah, that's what I want to say. Because knight f3, then later the pin will be dangerous. Probably the usual sequence would be now. But this in fact really looks very drawish. So maybe Anna says, okay, it's enough, it's not her tournament. Understandable, there were some really frustrating games and not too much to gain now.
Yeah, 3 losses in a row is not so much
3
fun.
in a row was not, oh my god.
It's not a lot of fun.
And her sister also lost yesterday, so it's definitively not her tournament. Yeah, this looks very drawish in fact, but as I said, this is quite understandable. And it must be said, usually both Anna and Mariya have very good fighting spirit, but this was so frustrating now. Okay, so do we have here...
Nana against Dronavalli.
Yeah, this is also interesting, because also Nana is fighting at least for medal. Silver or bronze, probably good chances. And this is a very fashionable line here. This move order. And after c takes d5, usually either black used in for many years, black either took with the pawn, which is the classical Tarrasch line, which is however considered to be a bit risky positionally, because you get settled here with the isolated pawn, or they used to take with the knight on d5, leading to this, usually to this typical semi-Tarrasch lines, which is considered quite solid for black, but a very recent trend is in this moment to take in d4. And usually white retakes with the queen, and then emerges some special isolated pawn position, but with black getting a tempo later with knight c6. It is quite interesting. There were lots of games among the top players, Carlsen, Wesley So, and so on. But now she retook with the knight, which is at least, as far as I know, unusual here. And plays bishop d2. This is interesting, because this looks like a very, very modest approach, trying for a very small advantage, I guess. But hard to say something. I mean, I don't think that white can really hope for anything big here, but maybe a very small lead in development in a symmetrical position. But so this seems to me that maybe also Nana would be happy with third place, but because it's not too ambitious. But you never know nowadays. Some systems that look very innocent, in fact, contain some long-term poison. So
Yeah, but it's understandable because Nana has 6 points and Dronavalli has 5.5, and then the other players only have 5 points. So if Nana makes a draw, then she has the third place for sure.
yeah, and collecting some valuable points for the overall standings.
And money.
Yes, well, money, I think, for these players. Well, I don't know, because I think not in all countries, but in several of these countries, they get enough support. So they're not dependent on this prize money. And I think Georgia is a country with very strong tradition in women's chess. So personally, I don't think that the money is the most important, but who knows, depending on the... Okay, I think we've seen all the games now. Or did we miss some?
Yeah, in the other direction.
This we didn't see yet.
Alina against Elisabeth.
This is interesting. And we see Ada Chevanenko's love. Very nice. Was it?
Oh, yesterday it was Alina playing, and now it's Elisabeth playing.
Yeah, so this is a fascinating system. If you don't know it, it looks a bit strange, this A6 move, but it's, as I pointed out, it's the development of a very famous Moldavian chess trainer, Chevanenko, who prepared lots of his players, notably from most known, maybe Viktor Bologan, who played this, but lots of other players took up this Chevanenko's love, because it turned out to be a very vital and interesting defense for black. Just one of the basic ideas to prepare the development of the bishop, which in this moment wouldn't be very good, as CD. Queen b3 gives some problem for black here with b7 hanging, and queen b6, d5 is hanging. But a6, basically one of the lots ideas, and this was fascinating me because this seemingly harmless move is containing so many ideas. One idea is to develop the bishop, and after queen b3 you will be ready to play either e5 or rook a7. In several lines anyway, you can expand with b5 here. You have the idea to change in c4, and if white retakes, to expand like in the Meran system here with b5 and c5. Yeah, and even after changing in d5 in some exchange structure, then also the move a6 is very useful, because this square for a white bishop or sometimes knight can be very important. And after e3, this is now a small surprise, this move g6, this is some kind of schlechter Slav, but is considered as playable, but a bit passive. There are much more fashionable lines, the most fashionable line here being bishop f5. But of course there's lots and lots of theory about this, it developed quite a lot, also bishop g4 is a move. But nowadays the top elite players nearly all play bishop f5 here, or sometimes they play e6 now. g6 is playable. This is a line that was played quite often by US Super Grandmaster Gata Kamsky. It's considered to be playable, however a bit passive for black. Okay, but it's a very solid defense, and it seems that Elisabeth doesn't want to take too many risks in the opening with black. Is happy if she's maybe slightly worse, a bit passive, but with a very solid setup. This we didn't see yet.
Mariya against Dinara. A Sicilian game. So I hope, Stefan, you know a lot about it.
A lot is said too much. Yeah, this is... We also talked sometimes already about this Moscow variation. This is one of the main alternatives to the open Sicilian. White is usually playing for a small advantage, but without taking the same risks like in the open variation. And 97 is the most popular move nowadays. It's a very fighting move because black is a bit hampering her development, but hopes to get the two bishops. If white in a later course have to take in d7. And in former times, white nearly always played now with d4 or sometimes with c3. c3, d4, but now lots of other ideas emerged. For example, this interesting move bishop a4 that we had in another game. This a4 is also relatively recent development. The idea might be, if black goes a6, that in some, there were several games, I think, when white simply retreated, gave one tempo, but later plays an open Sicilian with d4, and argues that the black knight on d7 here is not so well posted. There might be also sometimes ideas to change in d7 and to play a5, because then the black structure on the queen side is a bit destroyed, but I guess Mariya is going for the main lines with d4. I think although the game yesterday for Mariya, the loss against Zhansaya, was very frustrating, but now of course Dinara is in last place, and of course as a true professional I think Mariya with white pieces will, even if it's a frustrating tournament for her, she will try to win with the white pieces.
Mhm.
So I think these are all the games. Okay.
So make a second round and start with the game between Nana and Dronavalli, but not much happened yet. A bishop d2 and knight f6. And now
Well.
Nana is still thinking.
Well, this is very quiet. I think not. The most active would be probably bishop g5. But of course white can play also some very solid approach with e3. But honestly it doesn't look to be anything for white in the sense of playing for an advantage.
Mm.
I guess if white wants something, probably bishop g5. But
Yeah, I guess Nana is just going for a draw here. Okay. The game between Anna and Zhansaya.
well, it's also not an extremely inspiring position.
Not really.
Yeah, this looks very drawish with bishops of different color and symmetrical pawn structure. And I think we can concentrate on other games here.
Yeah, just one question. Will white go for f3 sometimes to kick out this knight from e4, or how do you plan to cope with this knight?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Mm.
f3, b3, queen d2, and of course you can try a bit more active approach with queen to f3. Queen to f3 also might be an interesting movement.
And what to do about the knight on e4?
Well, at first nothing. Just let it live. You can double on the e line and
Okay. Putting pressure on it.
mhm.
I see. Yeah.
Well, I think not much will happen in this game, is my guess.
This is really a little bit boring,
Mm-hmm.
but as we have this 30 moves draw regulation, the players need to play, and maybe something interesting will happen in the next 20 moves
Yeah.
before they make a draw. Okay, continue to a more interesting position.
Oh, thank you. We get a compliment. Ronnie.
I don't know why they call me Ronnie.
Hi, Ronnie.
This is new. I mean, some people call me Froni, but this is with an Y.
Oh, Ronnie is sweet.
Okay.
Oh, this is one of the most symmetrical positions I ever saw.
Okay, so we saw bishop f5. And yes, this is a typical setup.
Okay, now it's the question whether white can make something out of the tempo up.
This looks really funny.
Well, of course, white can not totally change the structure by taking on c6 and e4. Or we just can take a look. I mean, or does black take on c3? No. This finally now white can at least break the symmetry by giving check. So playing symmetrical only works till a certain extent in chess. in a moment when it's checked, then it's over. So after knight c6, black would have to retake, and now if white wants, theoretically there would be also some idea to leave the knight here and to play against the later to kick out the pawn and to put the knight on c5. But usually black gets enough counterplay in these types of position.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was playing with black. Like for this initiative.
But
giving
maybe
up one
if
pawn.
white is playing for a little bit, maybe now first to play rook c1. Trying to put pressure on c6. But probably black can play moves like queen a5, and if white takes in e4 and c6, then black can take in a2.
Why not queen b6 immediately, attacking d4 and b2?
Ah, yeah, d4 is
Because
also...
at the moment also d4 is hanging.
Ah, yeah, d4 is hanging, because otherwise knight a4 would be good. But yeah, probably this is... Anyways, as we said, black does get always enough counterplay here.
Yes, yes.
So I don't think white has really chances for any kind of advantage here.
No, this is why I'm playing the queen b3 line. I can show. One moment. Oh, I don't even take. Yeah. Here later I just go for queen b3, but first put my knights here and then queen b3 later. Yes.
I think also queen a4 is also interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but it's totally different story. I mean, the symmetrical system is considered to be very solid, and
yes, it is.
if black doesn't want to take too many risks, this is the way to go. If you want to fight, then you should not really choose it. Okay, but also not a relatively wait so many fascinating games already in this tournament, but this probably won't be among them, but who knows? Still anything can happen.
Maybe
this
you
is
like
much more
Jiner
interesting.
against Alexandra.
Yeah, this is much better.
Okay.
Oh, look at the preparation of Jiner. She didn't use up any time. She has more time than in the beginning.
Wow.
This is very cool.
Have a look. So take, and c5. And this time we saw the idea with b6 and bishop a6. And white went for rook e1. Yeah, here we have all these nice ideas showed by the arrows. Then knight c6 and yeah.
Yeah, rook b1.
This is interesting. Rook b1 and rook b2.
Yeah, this is a very interesting plan. This reminds me of this plan that got Humpy a totally winning position with
yes.
in this game where she missed the sacrificial attack with rook c1, c2, e2.
But this time, where does the rook want to go?
Well, it's just, I think it's prophylactic, because black is putting here a lot of pressure against d4.
So you mean it will move to d2?
Yes, absolutely.
And then bishop b2, someone?
Yeah, I'm sure the idea was some rook d2, bishop b2 to bolster the center on d4.
Yeah.
And if it's solidly defended, then white can advance. So this is... And so I guess if... and the engine likes it a lot for white. More than one pawn unit advantage.
But why?
Well, maybe just rook d2 then.
No, your advantage is gone.
Not so sure.
My question is also, I'm not sure, but if it's a good idea to move d5.
Yeah.
This the engine likes.
If it doesn't hang something.
I don't think so, because then I have rook d2 in worst case, and I can protect it with both pawns. So maybe this could be a problem.
Yeah, d5 if it works, then, and white succeeds to go e4 and maybe even c4.
Yes.
And then later this bishop can swing back here too. I mean, let's say what is black doing? Maybe knight a5 too. Get control here. Now maybe e4. Because now this bishop g5 can be unpleasant.
Yeah, but this is nice for white.
Yeah, probably. It's well, not 100% clear to me. Well, the engine likes it a lot for white, or +2, whatever.
+2.
It's interesting. Was in a game, I would think that black is quite okay here.
I don't know. Something with knight f5, someone bringing the bishop, bringing the queen. Not sure if right at the moment, but someone.
Yeah, but I must say I don't quite believe the engine evaluations here, but clear advantage for white. Because you have very nice control here over c4, and I mean, it must be said that afterwards black is a bit passive. You can put a piece here, but then it's difficult to do something. But still, I think that the engine overestimates a bit this pawn on d5 hits. Because for white is also not so clear. I mean, white can attack with f4, but this will be quite double-edged. But still, I think very good preparation by Jiner. I mean,
yeah.
Anyway, I think we agree that if somebody is better, it's definitively white. And she has to decide now with d5, which looks attractive. Interesting, now the engine doesn't like it so much anymore, but relatively well. Or to keep the tension with rook d2, I think it's also interesting.
But now I would exchange 2 times, I guess.
Yeah, it depends. If black can put up a blockade on d5, then it could be also very good for black.
I think so. I like the other line much more.
Yeah, it's more principled.
Okay, here I have some space for my pieces. I feel more comfortable with black than before. Yeah, I like
this bishop is very passive.
Yeah. No, it's fine. Also, the bishop on a6 is very strong now. But the question is, if e5 seems to be some kind of little mistake, what else to play with black?
Well, if d5 is good, then maybe it's a big mistake.
Yeah. So the question is, what else? Should black take one time on d4?
Yeah, that's what I just think about. Taking d4 and maybe then...
How to reply?
Well, et is positionally... this is the sharpest move, et, because it's... But of course it's risky, because this pawn can become very weak. And here was the idea to attack with bishop g5, but I think black has knight d5 here. And this can be very dangerous for white if the next move knight a5, and there are lots of weak squares.
So rather take with c.
Yeah, must ct, and now maybe to play in the c line somehow. With
yeah, but no, this is much better for black now. For example, with the knight a5, yes.
Yeah,
I mean, better than e5.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
I'm innocent. I did not play e5.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think here black should be okay. Although you always have to think how to react after e4, but this plan stick can be dangerous, but it's going to take time to play h6, or maybe just say that white doesn't have got anything.
And after e5, just knight to d5.
Yeah, okay, no, e5 is okay. White can try it in queen g4 and something, but you see the evaluation is tilting up and down, so this is it's a very sharp position.
I would also try to exchange my bishop. Someone with bishop c4.
Yeah,
because this can get dangerous, don't you think so?
Yeah, anyway, yeah, because white is to move, but in principle white might swing the bishop to b1.
Oh, a draw happened already between Humpy and Nana, I think, or... Oh no, it's not Humpy, sorry, it's Dronavalli, I think. Can we check? Yeah, it's Nana against Dronavalli. Okay, interesting. So how did you manage to do this? Whoa.
Very creative way to, because otherwise they would have to play till move 30.
This is bad if the arbiter has to accept this. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's good result for Nana, and I guess also Dronavalli is satisfied with the draw here in this position with black, and
I guess
yeah.
also Humpy can relax because I think now this the second place.
Yeah,
It's quite safe for her, no?
that's true. Yes, but I guess Humpy is still playing for a win.
Well, I'm not so sure after the opening line, but who knows?
Okay, so congratulations to Nana for the third place. This is for sure.
Let's return here to the yeah, d5 was played. This is of course the as pointed out by Veronika, this is the very principled move if white is fighting for the advantage. And the engine also really likes it. Yeah, but Alexandra has seen much worse positions in this tournament. I don't think she's shocked at.
She needs this.
Yeah, how to react with black. I mean, the automatic move would be knight a5, but also, of course, knight e7 is possible. And then probably e4. And I would definitively with black put up some defensive setup here with knight e8, f6. Knight goes to d6. This might look a bit passive, but I don't agree with this big advantage for white that the engine gives. And if you want to do something on the queen side, a bit more risky because the knight is lacking in here in defense of the king side. But on the other hand, here you have the chance to play a bit around the square on c4. But of course, it's also a bit more risky. So this.
I'd rather go to the king side and help my king.
Yeah, but then of course the drawback is, and maybe this is one of the reasons why the engine is evaluating it so highly, is that black is very passive. There's no counterplay to be seen. On the other hand, the question is how white is going to attack. I mean, it's also not so obvious in my view. Well, probably with f4 in a moment, but yeah, maybe f4 and then later. But it's not so easy to implement. Maybe queen g4 now. Because in fact, black doesn't have really some. Just to make black nervous or to attack with the h pawn. And I think black should try afterwards, if possible, to change queens, but. But I think this is the defensive setup I would take with black then.
Yeah, however, we didn't think about an active reply from black, but Alexandra went for e4.
Ah, okay, interesting. Yeah, this is of course even more active. They're trying to hamper white's e4 and to cut off this. Yeah, if this works out, this is very nice because now she's got knight to e5 then. Yeah, must be said, this looks better than the alternatives, much more active.
Yeah, much better. Also preventing e4 from white.
But also interesting that the engine doesn't like it at all. Gives how much advantage? Ah, not so much. Yeah, e4 looks better than the moves, than the passive knight moves that we had looked at. Yeah, a very nice move, because if black succeeds to go play knight e5, then without white having some antidote, then black might be even better. I'm just wondering, and I think this is why I at first also didn't consider it, but because at first sight I would think that queen a4 might be a problem.
This seems to be the move here.
Yeah, I think this was the reason why I didn't consider e4. Because at first sight one might think that now it's a double attack.
And also e4.
So I guess but it must be preparation by black, I think. Okay, knight a5 is the move, of course.
Yeah, knight
leading.
e5 is
Knight-
possible, but
knight-
still I can take on
Yeah,
e4. That's
exactly.
a problem.
I think knight a5 seems to be forced.
Oh, and
And
now
then
if
you
I
take
take
in-
here, then you
And
take
then
on
you take in
d5.
d5. Yeah, okay, this is probably the line. And now, of course, now white has also the option to play c4 and keep the pawn because black has no more knight to.
Yeah.
Because I think taking e4, knight d5, then the white pieces look quite uncoordinated.
Yes.
Like just to show, I mean, I think c4 is better. I think here probably if there are no tactics. Even here the engine likes white a bit better, but for me optically now it looks like the white pieces are okay, but the alternative would be now to play c4 or maybe rook d1. Or then black threatens to pop in a bishop to d3, I think.
No, I would go for c4. Yeah. And both bishops on the white color look a bit stupid.
Yeah, interesting. That's the question how strong this is. And well, now maybe with the idea to play rook d2 and bishop b2. And return with the queen to c2. So white does have some useful moves here. I mean, it's yeah, but I think queen a4 must be played now because otherwise, if black succeeds knight e5 to d3, this would be quite a positional disaster. Here a very interesting fight is ahead.
Yeah.
But still, I like e4 better than because the other lines that we looked, I don't think they're so bad for black with this knight e7, knight e8, but of course much more passive.
Yeah.
Here black does have much more counterplay. And I wonder was Jiner still in a preparation because I guess also the engines if this show of course either move e4, so hard to say. So which side would you prefer him?
White.
Okay.
But I think Alexandra prefers black here.
You think Alexandra prefers black?
Yes.
Because she likes the pieces in general?
I don't know, because I start to believe that she likes positions that are not so pleasant for her.
Yeah, this is quite admirable that, as you said, the impression is even if her position is objectively totally lost, that she still likes her pieces. Well, I usually get totally disgusted.
That's what you can learn from her. And then you can reach super GM level.
Well, although leaving all modesty beside, I think she never reached my ELO level. Alexandra.
I don't know, what was your highest rating?
It was 585, but this wasn't a time when this was a bit more.
So 2,585, right? Okay, I just have a quick look on the highest rating by Alexandra. And it was 2,561. Oh.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay.
Okay, but anyway, it were different times then because in those times my ranking in world ranking was something number 70 around, I think, while now with this ELO rating I would be, I don't know, number 500, I don't know. I have no idea.
500.
Some kind of inflation.
Yeah, that's true. So have a look at the other games. Jiner is still thinking. For example, Alina against Elisabeth. b5.
It's interesting. It's usually I know the setups, but with for black quite well. But usually the black bishop is on f5 and the played with e6 with the bishop on g7, because the bishop on g7 basically is not so good to fight on the queen side. Still is the question how white can make use of it. I mean, one typical plan, which with a bishop on f5 and e6 would not be very good, but here with this bishop on g7, maybe it's interesting to play here in this way, to play a4. Black has to play b4, knight a2, and with the idea to regroup with knight bishop d2, knight c1, d3, and to fight here for them. Oh, it's still here. It's knight to e4, and so I think black has enough counterplay. That's the question. This combination of g6 and b5 is really unusual. Maybe that's the reason why I think one of the fashionable moves for white is to go a4 here. I think there was a game, for example, where Carlsen won a nice game against Mamedyarov. When after, if I remember correctly, then after a5, then white went now to some symmetrical structure. And now is this square here a bit weakened. Okay, but let's look at the game. She played knight e5. Ah, she changed. Okay, this change in b5, this is a very... Well, the most ambitious move for white is the typical c5. But here probably black is ready to get some nice counterplay. Was preparing the push on e5. Usually with knight d7 and rook e8. Or also prepared by knight e4 and then with this e5 push then. So quite interesting. She went e6, and now it's the question whether white can make something here. As I said, the structure is unusual. It's known with the black bishop here on this diagonal, not on g7.
And is it now an idea to go for b4,
Yeah,
queen b3, a4, and attack
exactly.
the b5 pawn?
Yeah, that's what I was wanted to propose exactly before, and now to play a4 also. Some ideas, of course, to yeah, I like the move b4. I think this is the best way if white is fighting for an advantage.
And this is working now because the bishop is not on this diagonal, so we use this.
Exactly. It definitely does have some logic. And if white succeeds to open up here with a4, and if black has to change, then the black a pawn can fall under quite strong, pressure.
I like this.
Yeah, I think this definitely it's the most logical move. Or maybe black should try then to pop in a knight to c4 somehow, some knight e7 maybe.
No, immediately a4.
Yeah, I think so.
There's no time for knight to b6, right?
Well, it depends how the structure is if you change in e5 and play knight d7. But of course a4 is the most principled move, and I think no. Okay, no, first probably not taking a4, I guess, should be played.
No, I'm not sure. If I take with the queen or the knight, probably knight. I don't know.
Knight. Okay, that's just to play a bit around the thing now, black. I guess black should take in e5 now finally in a moment. After d5 decide whether to... She can hop to e4. d7.
d7 and attack it for a second time.
e4 is low. But this not like for black somehow. This
Really? I don't know. I like it with white. Just not sure about my pawn. If I need to play f4, then I don't know. But I guess I need to.
just cannot decide here between it. Okay, let's say knight d7.
And now? Do I have to play f4?
I think so, otherwise I will take it.
f4 and then f6.
Yeah, f6 is quite interesting here to generate some counterplay.
These interesting computer things, it's good for white. I start to believe it's more pleasant for black.
No, man, white was okay. Well, you have moved like bishop g4, for example, and but I also think, I mean, this is
Bishop takes.
probably just rook b1 maybe.
And is it good to exchange bishops with bishop b2 later?
Now it's getting very concrete. I mean, I guess now it's quite balanced position. I mean, black gets some counterplay with rook b8, but in the moment black plays this knight, and the white knight can jump to c5 when knight square. I think maybe still, in fact, white is slightly better here.
Mhm.
But I like the idea. When for sure, I think this, I should play bishop d2. This is a bit passive.
Yeah.
I like this move b4 much better.
Me too. Yeah, I don't know, bishop d2. Of course, after the idea with b4, I'd rather go maybe to b2 later, or let's have a look what happens. So decide later.
Yeah, it looks a bit slow, but maybe she argues that she can play b4 next move then.
Hmm.
And there's not so much black can do about it.
Must be right.
No, for black it's also not so easy. What's the right setup? Knight bd7 to challenge the knight, or let's just
I think so.
let's just play a bit around. In analysis we can do. Now white has to decide whether I don't think she wants black to change in e5 in this way. What do you think?
Is it a good idea to go for f4?
I think Elisabeth played knight f to d7
Yeah.
if I saw it.
Yes.
It's also interesting.
More challenging, I guess. Now after f4, she would go, I guess, for f6 and later e5, or what do you think?
Oh no, after f4 I think now she can take and put a knight to c6 then. Or do you want to take as a d-pawn?
No, with f.
I think this is quite some kind of achievement for black.
Really?
I mean, it's nothing special, but relatively to the other lines.
Yeah, and there is no b4.
The typical reaction for white would be to go fall back with the knight to d3 maybe. But okay, then also black can play the knight to c6 and... Oh, probably not. I mean, this is the main idea, I think, of knight fd7, that you keep the square for the other knight then.
Yes. Oh, okay. I think knight d3 is a bit nicer compared to f4.
The knight c6, maybe now finally the b4 idea.
b4.
You should have played b4 before.
Again, you bring it every day.
Yeah, but have to take any chance when it fits. But now the computer thinks it's okay for black. Maybe even in some moment to push e5 then.
Interesting. So I think I'd rather go for f4. I don't know. Somehow this looks active enough for black.
Yeah, f4 is normal reaction. Black might also consider now to play knight to b6. And
Yes, you can consider. This is okay.
in some moment to hop into c4 then.
Yeah, that's what I don't like. I think bishop d2 is a bit slow.
Yeah, I think b4 was much more challenging. And immediately attack with a4 or something.
Yeah.
Okay, but maybe also Alina is not so ambitious and just wants to play some quiet game. And
I don't know.
okay, yeah.
Ooh, what happened here? Mariya against Dinara, and Dinara again spent so much time. Already 40 minutes. Crazy.
Yeah, as I said, now the modern interpretation here is to play this d4 now. And if black plays a6, then usually to fall back with the bishop. But interesting is black doesn't play a6 at all, just lets the bishop live on b5 and argues it's not so strong here. Yeah, and white is trying to put pressure here. Just for the moment, black is helped by the fact that bishop f4 does not yet work here. But sometimes white can first retreat the queen and then play bishop f4, or sometimes reroute the bishop here to put pressure here. So yeah, bishop g5 is a logical move now. Looks quite active here with the two bishops.
And I think it was a good strategy for Mariya to surprise her with some opening, because
Mhm.
then Dinara always spends a lot of time,
Yes.
too much time.
Mhm.
And then sometimes she made some mistakes later in time trouble.
And I think this might be really cannot talk anymore, sorry. The main plan for white to play bishop h4, g3 here too.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes also to play knight d2 to c4, but then the bishop is clumsy. It's only if black would play a6 and the bishop has retreated, then this also might be an idea.
Mm-hmm.
And black has to decide how to put up her pieces. I mean, one basic idea is to play maybe after a6, then to play knight to e5.
Yeah, and we see another draw between Zhansaya and Anna.
Mhm.
Okay, we expected this.
Yes.
Let's quickly move to this game. Here. Okay, we had this opening. Everything looks very equal.
Even gets more equal.
What are they doing? So they really wanted to go
So-
for a draw. I mean, wow. Congratulations to this.
Well, sorry, spectators, but I think we cannot complain. We had so many fascinating fighting games here. In the last round, especially for players who are quite frustrated about a bad tournament. This is very understandable.
Yeah, of course.
And there's still enough games going, being the big advantage of a tournament over a match of only 2 players.
Mm-hmm.
I know this as a commentator from several world champion matches for the Süddeutsche Zeitung. It's very hard to comment on such a game if it's the only game in a world championship.
And for Zhansaya, it's a good finish because she made 2.5 out of 3 points in the last 3 rounds.
Well, yeah, Humpy. Here it got much sharper.
Between Jiner and Alexandra.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, c4 as we expected.
Mm-hmm.
She went to a5, c4, or h5. Yeah, this is very ambitious, but also double-edged. If it backfires, then the... But of course, now in days of AlphaGo 0, of course, if you have a choice to push your h-pawn, you will do it. Oh, very interesting. I don't know what to say. It looks quite logical, h5.
Yes.
Because white would very much like to put pressure on e4, but in a moment c4 is hanging. I mean, white does have the principled move bishop d2, because this knight cannot move, because this one is hanging. The question is, how strong is the black attack with h4 here? Okay, let's say.
Bishop d2 immediately.
Mm-hmm. The engine doesn't like it at all. Well, anyway, it's unsure.
h4. Knight f1.
Yeah, maybe there's some mating ideas now after h3 with the white squares here.
Mm.
And then somehow swing the black queen over to... Oh, it seems to be losing.
Yeah, you're right.
This is interesting. Or maybe just to play some knight g4, e5, f3.
Oh.
I don't know why it's losing, but...
Yes, it's really not easy for white.
Ah, maybe queen e5, f5, no, then the queen coming over here.
But still queen d1 somewhere.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
now the
knight
rook is
g4.
hanging.
Mhm.
It's not so easy.
Yeah, okay, this is very dangerous. But we learned a bit more about the position, so this means after h5 that white must be really careful. This h4, h3 plan looks pretty dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
The question whether white should take time to play h3.
Or is also h4 possible, or will white just lose this pawn later? It seems the
Yeah.
white will lose it.
h4 looks a bit
Maybe it's also a good time to go for queen c2 and after h4 taking on e4. So
to swing over
just
the
to
queen.
bring the queen back, and now probably
Yeah, but you can never put the queen to e2 because d5 will be hanging and then.
this is not easy at all.
But queen c2 anyway is quite.
At least the queen is a little bit closer, can help in some lines.
And if black goes queen e5, then maybe play rook b1 or bishop
Bishop
d2,
d2.
c3.
Yes.
But the black queen can swing to g5, so this will get very sharp then. Okay, this the engine again doesn't like at all.
Bishop d2.
Yeah.
And now this again. I guess after h4 it's just really bad.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, okay, but why not play h3 in this position with white?
Yeah, maybe first queen c2 and then h3 or first h3. I think this is.
But h5 is a very strong idea played by Alexandra.
Well, of course, basically it's not so surprising if there's a white knight on g3, then always h5 can be tempting. But of course, there are also very principled ideas to play with f3. Although I don't know, it looks probably too.
Right now. Okay.
Well, not that I really believe it, but just to be complete with our ideas, or even
it
f4.
Can be possible because the black pieces are on the other side.
I don't know whether f3 or f4. Okay, let's just give it a try.
Rather f3. Yeah.
Yeah,
these are like the most so far.
Because if black has to change, and also after, because I'm not so sure after h4 whether I want to really to take in e4, but let's say if black is taking here, then suddenly the rook makes a lot of sense. The rook can swing over here.
And also the bishop on c1 later after e4, so I like f3. Yeah. I don't think black should take. Or what do you think?
I mean, if black doesn't take, then I think also f4 is quite a nice idea, because this blocks all black's attacking ideas. But of course, f3 is more dynamic, because here's the question to me. After h4, do you want to take in e4?
I want it.
Well, maybe, but it's the white structure. I mean, if black regains the pawn in e4, when I was not sure, this was the reason why I thought about f4.
But now the knight is gone, and I don't know.
Rook e8.
You don't have so many attacking pieces left.
I just want.
I can protect g2. No, I like this a lot.
Yeah, probably it's fine for white. Because, well, if black would get the knight to e4, the knight to e4, the bishop to e4, then it would be great. But probably a rook on e4 will be later driven away, or, well, I don't know, rook e8. Yeah, but the engine is very optimistic about white's chances.
No, but this is fine. I like it with white. I mean, look at these black pieces, the knight and the bishop.
Yeah, maybe the queen is coming back somehow.
Yes.
Maybe now bishop d2, maybe now it's time to. Because this pressure against c4 is so unpleasant.
Yeah,
this is too passive, so it's, but okay, let's see bishop d2 then. But also the engine is totally confused. The position is very complicated. I don't know, probably black has to take in e4 and we take in a5. Now it's a very unusual position.
Good news, we will have a very exciting game here. For me, so far, it's the most exciting. At this
and now finally the engine thinks it's equal, so it's maybe this is. But also, so anyway, I think this move f3 probably is the most active way to play. I mean, if white plays h3 to avoid, one thing is that this h4, h3 plan seems to be very dangerous for white. So white has the option either to play more conventional with h3, but a bit passive.
No, I like f3.
Okay, you would never play such a passive move.
Never, I wouldn't say. But here, the advantage is that the rook is already protecting g2, F2,
Yeah, the rook
maybe
is
later
nice, yeah.
also H2. And white is threatening something, taking on E4. Getting some space. I really like this move.
So before we go into the break, maybe last look at the Humpy game.
Yes, good idea. Humpy against Zhongyi. What happened here? Okay, she
Not
took
quite
on
as exciting.
C6. Exactly what
but
we
she
were
didn't
expecting.
play your move. She did not play Queen B6. How could
No. She took.
Not following Ronnie's advice.
And now it's even more surprising for me. Why didn't she take with the rook?
Maybe because of Queen B6.
And then both pawns are hanging, right? Okay, yeah. This looks very equal. Okay. This looks a little bit boring.
Yes, it does. I'm sorry.
What's the idea right now for white? I mean, black is threatening E5, exchanging everything, and it's completely fine.
My impression is that Humpy is happy with the draw here.
Yeah.
But maybe must be careful not to play too passive. And
yeah, but with black, I would have been so happy. In my game, when I faced this opening line, I wasn't so happy at all. But this is easy to play for black.
Yeah, well, but I think the game of, especially the game of Alexandra, as usually, always produces absolutely fascinating battles. And also I think the game of Mariya against Dinara is also quite interesting, the Sicilian stuff. So there's enough food for all chess enthusiasts here and there. Still going today.
So let's have our first short break, and then we will be right back for the final games of the tournament.
We'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes.
I'm joined by Zhansaya Abdumalik here in the press center after another very nice win, this time against Mariya Muzychuk. Tell us about the game. I saw that you were playing with your two bishops all over the board. Could you explain how you won the game, please?
Well, I think the game was very smooth for me. I got a bit better position after the opening. Probably she could just maybe play knight d3 instead of this knight e6 move and go to this different color bishops endgame. Maybe it's a bit better for me still, but I think it was more solid for her. Also the opening, okay, we played this Rosalima with e6. I didn't really prepare it. I thought that she would be playing g6 like we played a few years ago in Gibraltar when we made a draw. So I don't know, I mean, I just wanted to show some solid chess, I guess, just play it normal.
But from the outside, it looked like a very clean game. Even simple. It looked like it was very easy, but it couldn't have been so easy. At what point did you think this game is going to be a win for me? Because my pieces are all over the place. What position were you thinking that the win couldn't be escaped?
Okay, after I get the pawn on f7, I guess. Okay. Yeah, but before that I said, okay, I'm slightly better and we'll be playing like for hours. And I'll try my best because, I mean, I have two bishops and it's very safe for me. So I was planning to play this position like till the end.
But it looked very, very clean from the outside.
Yeah, she also got to the time trouble and probably she just missed this queen b3 and then I was attacking like the bishop and the pawn. And, you know, I didn't really think of when it was like winning because it just happened, you know, and I was like, okay, I mean, I'll just take the pawn, yeah.
So this is your second win in a row. Yeah. We talked yesterday that your start had been a bit shaky, but now you've really got, you know, into the groove. Several draws, 2 wins. The last round is tomorrow, a bit earlier, against Anna Muzychuk, the sister of Mariya. Anna's not having the best of tournaments. How are your energy levels? How are you feeling towards for the last game to try and, you know, finish as high as possible in the standings?
Well, probably she will try to play something solid and safer for her. That's what I would prefer to make after such a bad result. And I don't know. I mean, we'll see. I mean, it always shaky. Yeah. So I'll try my best, and then we'll see.
Okay. Best of luck, and thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. My final interview this afternoon is with Dinara Wagner. Dinara, first of all, congratulations on today's game, on your win. It's the first win of the tournament. Tell me how you're feeling now after winning today.
I'm feeling great about it because I thought this day would never come, but it did. And I'm just super happy that I managed to play on and that I got rewarded for that.
So I'm checking your result. You've had a really tough tournament. You've had 4 draws, but five defeats. But as both of us know, some of them very unfortunate. You had some clear winning chances in the game, for instance, with Anna was clearly winning. So it's been an up and down tournament. Today, at some point in the game, it was very close, very equal, very solid. There was a move repetition for 2 moves. What were you thinking when you could have repeated the 3rd move?
I was thinking that in principle draw is fine because I already wanted this tournament to be over. I'm really exhausted after 10 rounds and I thought, okay, I didn't get anything out of the opening, position is equal, we might as well agree on a draw. But then I was thinking, okay, it's a great opportunity for me to play in such a strong tournament. Why would I force a draw when I have a chance to play with the best people in the world? And I thought, yeah, even if I lose, I will just play and get experience, and that's what I need right now.
Well, that's very encouraging for the people who are listening. I'm sure that many people in your same situation would have taken the draw, bearing in mind that you were coming from 2 losses. So the game continued. You started to attack the king, and then you leashed out this wonderful rook sacrifice, which the computer was saying is completely winning. But then there was a key move that you missed afterwards. What happened there? Move 40.
It was already move 40. I thought I can take a rook, and I didn't think that I might win actually 2 pawns. And yeah, this was a mistake, but I anyway thought with 1 pawn up, it should be technically winning. Then I missed my chance by playing h4, which was only helping her rook to get to the better position. But afterwards, I felt like it was good to go for the rook ending because at least I have some chances there. After h4, I think that was the best opportunity I had.
The rook ending, you have an extra pawn, a very clear extra pawn. Of course, computers hold everything now and they were saying that with perfect defense, it might end up being a draw. But in practical chances, extra pawn, good king. Did you feel confident you'd be able to win the rook ending?
I felt quite good about it because we were already low on time and sometimes black has to play precise moves and I can make my moves by hand because, okay, if I don't win, then I don't win. I can just make moves and put some problems for her. It was funny enough because our first game with Alina was also, ending was also a rook ending where I was a pawn down, but I managed to make a draw. Actually, no, it was our second game. And I was just remembering how it ended. She had an H and G pawn, an A pawn against H pawn, which was an equal position when pawn came to A7. And I was like, okay, I just should not let that happen, and otherwise it's all good.
So my last question. You're here with your husband, Grandmaster Dennis Wagner from Germany, a very strong player, of course, and I'm sure he helps you with your preparation, with your emotions, with everything. What is the first thing you told him when you saw him now after the game, after winning this game?
I don't remember. I think like, nice, congrats, well done.
I saw you hugging, but was there any special moment, any special message for carrying on the game?
I don't remember, to be honest. I was just smiling and hugging and being really happy.
And tomorrow you have black against Mariya Muzychuk. Mariya's not having the best of tournaments either. In fact, she lost today as well. Would you be content with getting a draw tomorrow, or are you going to use this opportunity to try and see what happens?
I think in principle draw with black is a good result. In any case, with such a strong player, I will try to play solid and see how it goes. If I get a chance, of course, I will play for a win.
Okay. Thank you for coming. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the last round of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix here in Munich. We already have 2 draws so far.
Yeah, was not so surprising from players who have no chances to get a medal, one of the first 3 places here. But there are enough fighting games going on here.
So first of all, have a look at the head-to-head scores of the pairings from today. We have Alina against Elisabeth. 6 wins versus 4 wins. About equal.
Yeah.
We have Anna against Zhansaya. Yeah, most draws and also today. We have Humpy against Zhongyi. Wow, Humpy is
impressive.
leading. 8 wins
Oh,
versus
wow.
1 win. Crazy. And then Mariya and Dinara only played 1 game so far, and this ended in a draw.
Yeah, but of course Dinara isn't such a long time in the top scene, so to say so.
Nana against Dronavalli. Yeah, many draws so far and also today.
Very balanced.
And we have Jiner against Alexandra. Alexandra is leading with 1 win. Yeah,
Okay.
have a look at the games.
Yes. Yeah, it's interesting because just now when I looked at the in the rest place and the monitor, I thought that now after the push of black e5 that we discussed, that now Humpy can get a small pull by double taking mc4, and that's exactly what she played. The engine isn't impressed, but I would have thought that white now has a little bit of initiative. Because now this bishop is living up, and I mean, probably black does have more active options, of course, rook a8 or maybe bishop e4. But just to highlight that if black would have to take, I think then then white gets quite some serious pressure here against the weak black pawn. And I think this is all that white can hope for in this quiet opening. So here black has to find some good way to react.
I like rook to e8.
Yeah, okay, let's say rook a to e8, and now white can protect either with e3 or bishop f3. Okay, let's see.
Okay, but still, now your pawn is on e3. I have some white squares, and my rook is on e8.
Yeah, well, here the engine likes it a bit for white.
Yeah, it's easier to play with white. If black does something wrong, then
Yeah,
all of the sudden white can win here.
So I'm curious how Zhongyi will defend here. I think she played a move.
She went for d4. d4.
Ah, okay, I must admit this option I did not consider. If this is possible, maybe this is solving all the problems, maybe. I must admit I did not see this move. But I'm not very sure, even if white goes now c5. Isn't white a bit better afterwards? Or maybe it's not so much. I mean, just to show, I mean, as queen takes d4 probably is not is nothing for white. In fact, I think c5 is the best move, and after queen takes d4, rook takes d4, rook takes e2, or
Bishop takes c6. This looks dangerous.
Oh yeah, but it's right now. Even this is okay. Wait a moment, this was too quick now. Maybe after queen takes d4, she should. Sorry, she should take instantly e2.
For sure.
Because now, if white takes in b6, then out of a sudden.
And there's also not this c pawn, which has no opponent pawn.
Yeah, now the game became much more lively after d4, after c4, d4. But white does have options, for example, c5. Well, the engine isn't impressed, but just to show the idea, my idea was just to play for some small endgame advantage. Maybe black should keep the queens because it's out here. This might be a bit dangerous for black, and white rook can swing to a4 and.
But c5, and then you think rook a4, right?
Yeah, maybe rook a4 or
And then rook e8.
e8. Mm-hmm.
Yes, attacking your pawn.
I want to go to e7.
Mm-hmm. And then on c7, and then I
Mhm.
take the draw. But why don't you take on a7?
Yeah, okay.
Isn't this your only chance?
I didn't believe it's very much, but yeah, of course, after rook a7, white is a little better with the a pawn. And
Yeah.
well, just have to lose a tempo now with bishop f3 or bishop d5 maybe, but then bishop h3, so it's question. Well, also the engine isn't very convinced. Okay, but it's a bit too far now. So what are the options here after d4? Queen takes d4. We said black should take instantly on e2, and maybe then c5. I mean, because this pawn is. Does white have other options than c5 or queen takes d4?
No.
I mean, after queen takes d4 and rook takes e2,
And now c5.
maybe now c5 then.
Yes.
Somehow this pawn
Best
on
try
c6.
for white. Yeah, white needs to try
Mhm.
to keep the c6 pawn on white.
Yeah, to me this looks better for white. I don't know. Also maybe the queen can, some moment, white queen can come to d6 or f6. Or well, maybe black can still defend with rook e6. But I think this pawn here is, sorry. I think here black has to be really careful not to get into some serious trouble.
And is there something better for black here after queen taking on d4?
Well, we just discussed if black first swaps queens, but then c6 is hanging with tempo. But maybe it's not so bad. But on the other hand, there's somehow to get counterplay here against a2. But of course now the c pawn can become very strong.
Yeah, but we are winning the a pawn. What about rook d8?
Yeah, of course, c8 is the only move. Yeah, but I wonder how strong this c pawn will become. Just not sure where to go. Maybe simply bishop f3 and then c5, c6, c7. Maybe there are better moves just to show the idea. Just here, just to give the a pawn and argue. Okay, but black can put the rook to c7, so maybe it's not such a big deal. Still, I think black has to be very careful in this ending.
Yeah, I think this is the best try for white, and not easy to defend with black.
Just to show some ideas on c6 and rook c7. Now somehow you have to bring a rook to b7. Maybe g4 now. If black goes to e6, I mean, probably there are better moves, just showing quickly some ideas, and then rook b1 with the idea to go to b7. And this might be pretty dangerous for black. But okay, as I said, we're just toying around a bit. Just showing that there's really something going on in this position. And I think now Humpy has some, maybe this e5, I mean, it looked very attractive, but maybe this was a kind of very deep psychological trap, because it really seems that white doesn't want to do anything here.
But anyway, if we just wait with black, then white can go for c4.
Yeah, that's right.
Or you mean then just protect this d5 pawn with e6?
I was wondering, no, c5 probably is too ambitious. I was thinking about c5, bishop takes d5, rook a8, but I don't think it really works, just to... Yeah, there's some counterplay, but of course it's not what you really want to do with black, because if it goes maybe white, but still I think it's, what does the engine think? Oh, a bit damn white. That's interesting, the position looks so harmless. I think I also would play e5 probably with black, because it's so natural. But maybe d4 was the wrong reaction. Somehow I was not convinced about d4.
Oh yeah. And here I was only thinking about rook e8, but I guess there is something else.
Well, I just didn't know why it's improving the black position after e3, but
What else? I don't like bishop e4. Because then I need to recapture with the pawn, right? Or don't? No, I don't need to. Maybe this is...
no, bishop e4 was one of my first ideas here.
And now I can still take with the rook because of e2 hanging, right? Or is this not a good idea?
Well, but a8 will be attacked.
Oh yeah, a8 also. Yeah, see, that's why I wanted to go for this. Okay, this is
No,
not really
we can try first rook e8 and then bishop e4.
But then e3 is not hanging. E2, I mean.
but okay, let's say e3 and bishop e4. Okay, but even if you change in e4, what you want to do?
Yes.
Okay, but even if I take back with the pawn, I don't think it's so bad. I mean, maybe a bit advantage here, but I think this is pretty solid for black. I don't think that the d-line here is so much.
Okay.
Because black queen can go to a6, and there are also some attacking targets here. I think this was probably the most solid reaction. Gives very small advantage for white. But d4, don't know. Well, maybe here's some very clever move for black, but we said both rook takes e2, c5, and also taking d4 and rook e2 after bishop c6. Both not dangerous for black. Yeah, Humpy is playing basically very good chess. I mean, yesterday also she played such a good game. Okay, so let's look at the Kosteniuk game, because this, of course, is maybe even more exciting.
Yes. Jiner against Alexandra. And Jiner replied after h5 with f4.
Yeah, and we had said that one of the moves of the f-pawn probably, but we liked f3 even a bit better, it's a bit more dynamic. But on the other hand, f4 basically kills all black's ambition somehow to give some mate here after h4, h3. I mean, black can still do it, but now the rook is defending and the pawn on f4 gives the white king a lot of space. Yeah, very principled move now, queen d7. She tries to change queens. And I guess
I would change.
You would change? I just wanted to say, white of course will not change.
Why don't you want to change?
No, you can. No, it's right. You can change with the idea then to play rook c2 and bishop
then
d2.
Bishop d2, yes. This was my idea, and now I don't get mated anymore.
Well, I don't think we will get ever mated, but...
Yeah, me neither. Anyway, I don't know. My queen...
we can look at it. I mean, I'm not sure, but the alternative queen c2 also looks reasonable to me. I'm hitting e4. I'm still threatening bishop d2. And the question is, what is the black queen doing here so much? Probably black will have to play h4 in some moment, because and now it's just hanging. So
rook e8.
E8. And now already the next questions arise here after bishop d2.
Maybe I insert h4.
And maybe it's a good idea to fall back here to h1.
Right.
Because the knight is going to f2, and then it's quite nicely posted. And if the black knight has to retreat some moment from a5, then bishop c3 is very interesting. Hitting this knight and the knight coming to f2. And out of a sudden that's interesting. The engine thinks now black is fine. I would think now that white has got a very dangerous initiative.
If I just go knight d6, I don't care about this double pawn. I think it's strong for me. Yeah, but this is a nice double pawn.
Maybe, but I don't have to take instantly. I just probably can just play knight f2 first.
Yeah, but I don't have problems with black.
Well, who knows?
I don't know what's white idea.
Well, at some moment we'll take in f6 and
Yeah, but I don't care so much about this. If I have a double pawn, I somehow like my double pawn.
okay, so let's go back. Okay, but let's look at the ending, what Veronika prefers. Okay, probably, well, probably rook takes. I mean, black can take with the knight because this is also hanging. And rook c2, or what is the idea?
Yes. I don't know. Both look equal.
Yeah, maybe black can now even push with b5 then. Because now there will be some counterplay here.
Yeah, okay, you're right. It's easier with the queens on board.
I think so. Yeah, but f4 maybe was not resolute enough. I think after f3, black is under more, definitely under more pressure. At least the engine also thinks so. But this evaluation doesn't mean so much if it's okay, but f4 also, it's basically a good move, and I think queen d7. I think so far it's really a high-level game from both sides. Now big decision for Jiner. To change or not to change? I think I would go queen c2, but
yeah,
Veronika would go queen takes d7.
No, I agree. After our analysis, I agree with you and want to keep my queens for the first time.
Even for endgame lovers.
Yes. So have a look at the other games. Alina against Elisabeth. Knight e5 was played, and then knight f to d7.
Yeah, this was
Oh
interesting.
yeah,
move.
she retreated to d3. And now before.
Now before. But you know my favorite quote.
before. Knight b6. Somehow engine doesn't like this move, but I would also go for this move.
Well, maybe in this moment already black can play e5. I think maybe this is the typical counter-attack in the Chevanenko. And probably black gets here a pretty active play then. As black I would be happy as old Chevanenko player. But of course knight b6 is also a very natural move, and now only active idea for white, but probably it should be implemented in some moves before this b4 a4 plan. And now she plays e5. It's interesting now to play e5. This is exactly a moment when I would not think about it.
Me neither.
Because white can take in b5 also. And b5 she wants to take in d4. Okay. Oh, maybe that's...
But if I first take on e5...
Yeah, that's what she did.
This is weird.
Yeah, strange moment to implement this plan with e5. Because as we said, instead of knight b6 in this moment, there's because knight takes d5 after e takes d4. This must be quite nice for black. Yeah, well, I mean, it's maybe nothing special. Maybe it's just about equal. But here after d takes e5.
I think now she's playing d4. Yeah, and she also went for d4.
Yeah, very nice active idea, but the question is whether it's also good.
Engine doesn't like it so much.
But creative play.
It is. But I also somehow believed it's not the best idea.
Well, maybe white should just take in d4 and b5, just take everything in.
Yeah.
I mean, there are also moves like knight e4, but okay, let's say just take. Probably knight takes is the idea. Queen takes d4, we can just take in b5 then. I guess knight takes d4. No.
Take on b5.
Just take everything. So what's the idea now? Take back or?
With the knight?
Okay, but then in a
But
moment
this is
white is
not
just
possible.
white
Yeah,
is
we
just
can't even take with the knight, so what now? Can we? Yeah, the problem is e5 is protected.
Naja. So here black has to prove.
Rather keep this knight.
Oh, but still black has just generally speaking lots of piece activity. So I mean maybe it's not such a big deal. Okay, maybe a takes b5. Maybe rook takes a8 to put the knight to a passive square. Yeah, white is a pawn up. It's
And the knight on e8 is passive.
and
If
also
I-
the white pieces are a bit clumsy.
Yeah, but I want to go for bishop e3.
This looks natural.
And now it's the question. Because I'm threatening to take and maybe take on b5 somewhere in the right moment. Okay, but it's not easy, yeah?
Maybe the knight should come back via c7 now. So the idea to play bishop f5 and maybe white can play very principled with f4 and yeah, I mean black is active, but white is a pawn up, so it's a risky business for black. Basically, I don't think that white is running some risk, and black has to prove somehow to regain the pawn.
But good news for us and for the spectators.
Yes.
So
For us, because it's interesting. I mean,
yeah, we have
Yeah,
another
yeah.
very exciting game.
Yeah, absolutely.
So thank you, Elisabeth.
Yeah, creative play by Elisabeth, bit risky, but good for us. Yeah, this was also interesting here.
Mariya against Dinara. Boah. Dinara only has 30 minutes
Somebody
left on the
says
clock.
Kosteniuk is losing, but I
No.
just was shocked when I saw this in the chat.
They think that she's losing if there's engine saying -1, but this is nothing for Alexandra. Yesterday
Yeah,
she
this
was
is right.
-11. I mean, what is -1? I don't even care
The
about
lady
this.
with 81 lives.
Okay, so here bishop g5 and then rook d8.
A5, it's an interesting move then to cramp the black queen side and in some cases threatening to advance even further. And black finally plays the typical Sicilian move, a6, and here of course white does not want to change here. Goes back to e2.
And knight e5.
Yeah, this is also a typical move because black is not afraid of this double pawn. This double pawn usually is pretty good for black, but there are exceptions, but just to take a look. Because now the black bishop is coming out and controlling lots of squares. I mean, white might consider it, but I think it's totally okay for black. I mean, maybe queen c4 now. I mean, maybe white can think about it.
This double pawn is very strong.
Yeah, I also think so, but
Is there something else after knight e5?
no, of course, white doesn't. I mean, just
I think it's maybe not the best idea to take on e5, because afterwards I like the structure for black.
yes, and normally I like the structure, but you never know. There are some special cases, and here maybe after changing queen c4, maybe it's not so easy for black. Oh, but probably it's okay. But of course, there are lots of other options. I mean, one, if it works tactically, is an idea to play knight a4 to b6. I don't know whether it hangs something.
What happens if I take on e5?
I thought knight b6, but can you take in a5?
No, I don't think so. I was just asking.
Ah, okay. I thought this is.
But maybe here is something. Engine thinks this is okay for black, so there must be something.
Ah, this one is also hanging. Ah, this I didn't see, sorry.
Oh yeah, knight takes on f3. Oh yeah.
Okay, it's an exchange sacrifice, basically. But I must admit I had not seen that this one is hanging.
Yeah, this I like with black.
Oh, it would be a very difficult decision in the game to play this. I don't know. I don't think it's so. Would you really save the exchange in this way?
No, I wouldn't take on e5, but I think this is okay. I thought it would be more worse, right?
Maybe knight c6 is the point here. But then maybe queen b6. I think knight a4 is quite a serious candidate. Let's put it this way. Okay, was it knight takes e5? Usually this exchange is good for black, but who knows? Another idea would be to play knight d2, but here it looks a bit clumsy. Then maybe black can push with d5 and yeah, this is probably not what white should do. Black can play now d5. This is usually because then the queen can be a bit awkward here. But no, it's not easy decision. So what would you play with white here?
If knight a4 is working, then I would go for this move. And it seems it's working.
So if black does not want to sack the exchange, what are the options? Well, you don't really want to allow the knight just to come to b6. I mean, if you play bishop d7, knight b6, I mean, it's not a disaster probably, but it's kind of
So after
unpleasant.
knight c6, you go for queen b6, right?
Yeah, I think I have to, I guess. But even this is not so clear. I might even, but queen e3 probably it will. And e4 is hanging, so probably must.
And now I'm not exchanging.
Probably not queen d7 because e5. So I think this probably is. Oh no, knight d5 is not so clear. It looks clumsy, queen d7, but maybe now queen e3 and no, this is unpleasant.
Good idea.
Yeah, I think this knight a4 move is quite interesting. Makes sense of this march with the a pawn also, and I mean if black plays in a passive way, then probably white achieved something. I don't know how much, but I mean this is probably playable for black, but
Okay, I go for knight a4.
Okay, thank you. But not an easy decision for Mariya because there are lots of options and it's not. Okay, so let's. Oops, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, he had spiced up with.
Maybe we want to start with Humpy against Zhongyi first. So see what happens. c4 taking, taking, and taking here. So she is going for this endgame. Yeah, this is also what we were thinking and expecting.
Now we thought white should take in c6 then.
Yes. And then white can try to do something with the a-pawn, but it should be draw.
Oh, and last time we left, we said it's a bit dangerous for black. No, the c-pawn is very.
Oh yeah, this we calculated.
And c5.
And c5 immediately.
And we said it looks a bit dangerous for black.
Okay, but maybe here is something better. Taking on c6.
Maybe rook b8, b2 to go for a counter attack on there against f2.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe it's on.
But it's an idea.
Anyway, white will play bishop f3 and.
Yeah, but still, this is better than putting, c8 and yeah, just waiting for the pawn. Take, yeah. So I think this is the idea.
Yeah, and c5, or maybe rook bb2, and in some cases rook c2 and go behind the pawn.
Exactly. So this is the idea here. And then also sometimes rook c2, stopping it from behind.
Yeah, this should be okay for black somehow.
Okay, but I think it's very important to find this idea to double the rooks here on the second rank.
Yeah, if black keeps the rook passive on c8, then maybe it's dangerous.
Yeah. Okay, so, oops, this is on the board so far. Rook takes e2. So I think we will just wait what happens in the next moves, because we already have an idea here. And here, one of the most exciting games.
Ah, she changed queens. This is
See?
what we didn't like so much.
Queen d7, take, and rook c2 with the idea of bishop d2.
No, we thought about b5, I think.
Yeah, but
or maybe first
h4
h4.
is
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, but now she went to f5. This is interesting. This we didn't
To
consider.
attack this pawn.
But also b5 instantly, I think, was interesting.
Yeah, I think this might be better.
I think here black gets good counterplay. But okay, but let's look at the game. I mean, this is really the past. Knight e8. Why does she play knight e8?
I don't know. What about the
Surprising.
h4 pawn? This is weird to give up this pawn.
No, but then knight d6 and you win c4. I don't think that white should take in. I think this.
No, I don't need to take it immediately. Or
No.
you mean anyway after knight d6?
No,
I
I
have to
think white
exchange.
must play bishop d2. I think because I think here if you get c4.
Yeah.
this is,
But I don't immediately have to take on h4.
no, I think bishop d2 should be played.
And now can black still go for knight d6?
Yeah, of course, but then we can take it, and then is the question: we have to take it, because we cannot give this pawn.
Yes. And then we have to take. But the double e pawn is probably a pawn is probably not a problem here.
Yeah, the white bishop is a bit stupid.
Yes.
And then white gets the b line, but or not really, but there are no squares to invade. Yeah, so it seems that Alexandra has solved her problems. After the swap of queens, I think this was maybe just one moment to go back to this moment. I think after queen c2, white still keeps chances for some pull. Next move, bishop d2. Well, it's not so much. It's still roughly equal, or let's say unclear game. But here, I think after changing queens, I think we agreed that basically black doesn't have any problems.
Yeah, and this is interesting that this pawn is not a problem because of this great idea knight d6 and attacking here.
Yeah, if white is not careful, it might be even an idea to play g6 and force white to take in h4. Because if white takes an h4, and then if the knight comes here and white loses c4, this will be quite a disaster. So I think white absolutely must play bishop d2 now.
But she went for bishop b2.
b2.
Interesting. And now
It's
f6.
very surprising.
Also interesting.
She plays very quickly. f6. I would think here about a brutal g6. But
Me too. So let's have a look at this. What was white's idea here?
maybe there's something with knight h6 g4 to play on the black squares. Because I think I take in h4, then knight d6. Although even here I might play rook ec1 and keep everything. So maybe it's also an idea to play knight h6 check and then it's also not so clear, but f6 quickly is interesting. But it seems to be totally okay for black.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting play by Alexandra. But I think also Jiner played well so far. I mean, we would have kept the queens, but it's but objectively it seems the position is sharp, but about balanced. I mean, black is fighting against his weakness in c4, and white can try to target e4 and does still have this strong pawn on d5. But still, anything can happen in this game.
So far, this is my most favorite game from today.
Yeah, I played at really high level.
Okay, just have a quick look what happened in the game. Oh, but he went for rook c8.
Yeah, I said this is a bit dangerous because the rook might be passive.
Yes.
I think now maybe Humpy does have some chances.
Yes.
But somehow my feeling is that Jiner will not win this game against Alexandra today, so for first place it wouldn't matter, but still.
But it's interesting to see that Zhongyi is also going for rook c8, while rook b8 coming here is so much stronger.
Probably. Well, but she's also not in top form in this tournament, I think.
Yeah, that's true.
What's his...
She has 5 points at the moment.
Okay. Of course, for a former world champion, this is not so impressive, but being one of the tournament favorites.
Yeah, she already lost 2 games against Alexandra and against Nana yesterday. Yeah. Well, maybe she's concentrating to become another world champion.
Oh yes, she's preparing
for the finals. Yeah.
Oh yeah, she's still playing the finals, so maybe this can be quite a handicap because then you don't show your best opening ideas.
Oh yeah, true.
Then usually you play only second range openings because you need your best and poisonous, most poisonous things you need for the candidate finals.
Yeah.
So this is a handicap.
Yeah, of course, this is a more important tournament for her. Okay, but still, I don't know. It's weird for me that a world champion is not going for active rooks but waiting here passively.
But it's very concrete. Maybe she saw something that she didn't like.
Yes, of course, it's possible. Alina against Elisabeth, where Elisabeth made this fascinating decision here to go for e5, and now it's getting crazy, and d4 taking and taking, as we analyzed. And now probably white will take on b5, and yeah, white is a pawn up, and also ancient thinks it's advantage for white.
Yeah, I mean, it's bold and creative play of Elisabeth, but of course it's a bit risky also. Because some moves ago she could play e5 without sacrificing anything.
Okay, we already analyzed very important lines, so let's have a look at the game between Mariya and Dinara. And also not much happened here since our last time. It was
the move that we liked was knight a4, and she played bishop e3.
We were thinking about this move and also about this, but we didn't like this so much because here it's double pawn, but still the structure is very pleasant for black, and now all the pieces get active. So yeah.
She played bishop e3.
She surprised us with bishop e3.
Oh well, this is some kind of non-committal move. Doesn't give black the chance to the exchange sacrifice that we discussed in the knight a4 line. And it's also in a way targeting here this weak point on b6. Now white can the idea to move the queen and then the bishop to b6, or even played just the queen to b6.
I'm just wondering about knight to g4. But then I guess you go for queen b6 or what?
Which knight do you want to put to g4?
Df1, because I need the e1 later so that this move is not possible. So I was thinking about this move. No, queen b6.
Yeah, let's try.
And now, of course, I don't want to take, and now I was thinking about queen d7.
Okay, but now I take an e5 then, because now I have to retake with the
Mhm.
knight.
Yes, okay.
No, white might be a bit better.
And b8.
I would also take an e5.
That's true. Okay, now we see this idea behind bishop e3, so knight to g4 is not really working so well.
And I wonder what happens if black just plays some bishop d7 move.
Bishop d7.
Now white needs a good square for his queen to prepare queen bishop
Mhm.
b6. Because now I think that queen b6 and probably rook dc8 is nothing special.
And there is no good square.
Well, white can go to d2 with the queen, but this allows knight c4 for black.
Yes, I don't like this.
I mean, white can play queen b6, so it's not bad probably. But or white, black can maybe also swap off the queen b6 and maybe just rook dc8 and I would think that black here is quite okay. I think before knight a4 was the more principled move.
Mm-hmm.
But still, I mean, bishop e3 is not bad, of course. So maybe just bishop d7.
Yeah, bishop d7.
And okay, and if you try to move the queen somewhere, in b4, looks a bit strange, but maybe knight c6 then. I admit it looks wrong, but you never know. At least I've got a threat now. 2 threats, double threat. Threaten to take in e5 and then threaten to play bishop b6.
And after knight c6, you want to move to b6? b3?
Yeah, I was not sure. Of course, I can't play queen b6 now, and then I thought that this knight might be a bit stupid here.
Mm-hmm.
But still, I think again after rook dc8 or so, it should be okay. It would be nicer not to change queens, but somehow I don't have a good square for the queen. And bishop queen a3, there's d5, and or maybe queen c4. Or can black tactically play d5 now? Yeah, this would be the way to put black under most pressure. With bishop b6 coming, and then with if black didn't succeed to change any pieces, then maybe the black queen gets some concrete problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is interesting. But I'm not sure that bishop d7 is the best move now. But it's interesting, this little pawn here, because otherwise with the white pawn on a4, this is absolutely nothing for white, this structure. But here this weakness of b6, this really creates some interesting problems for black. And again, Dinara.
Her time management. 25 minutes left, but only move 13.
Well, yeah, I think with good time management, Dinara, she played bishop d7.
Yeah, I would also go for this move.
And now we set this interesting move, queen b4.
Yeah.
With the idea on knight c6, then queen c4.
And she went for queen b4 here.
She did?
Yes.
Ah, cool. Oh, Mariya. We're absolutely on one wavelength.
Maybe you get lucky and see her in the studio at the last round. Last chance for you.
I think with better time management, Dinara could easily go 100 elo points up then.
Yeah.
Because positionally she played many very strong games.
Yeah, this is her biggest problem. Also my biggest problem, of course, but not anymore.
Okay, we'll see.
Yes, we will see.
We'll put you to the test. So please, dear spectators, please follow all Veronika games that are online and very precisely check her time management.
And my next big tournament will be Mitropa Cup.
Okay, and when will it start?
It will be in April.
Okay, so there's still some time to go.
Yes. So still some time to improve my time management.
Just follow the advice of your trainer and everything will be great. And if you lose, then it's your trainer's mistake, so this is fun.
That's the good news.
Okay, so let's... anyway, this game is not so important for the tournament standing. This neither.
This neither, but something happened at least.
Mhm.
Okay, knight took. Bishop f3.
Bishop f3, this we didn't...
No,
This is
this
strange.
we didn't think about
We
because
wanted to take in
it-
d5.
yes, because it doesn't look so strong.
Or maybe the idea is after a takes b5 to go bishop f5. Is this possible? The engine doesn't like it, but
Okay, difficult decisions.
maybe knight c5 is possible now.
Give him up the e5 pawn.
Yeah, but on a6 there's also something hanging. Okay, anyway, I don't know what to do else because it's...
Yeah, knight c5.
Yeah, so maybe white keeps some advantage because it's... Yeah, it's strange. I mean, bishop f3 is just taking b5, and I think black is under some pressure. Bishop f3 is... and also the engine doesn't like it at all. It's very strange.
But that's a good thing if you're putting your opponent under pressure with these pawn attacks.
Yeah.
Then it's very difficult to
Mhm.
make the right decisions.
Okay, the engine just gives slight advantage for white, but still, but after what you played is very strange. Sorry. Bishop f3, because of course takes, and bishop f5. I mean, and
And same problem.
now there are some problems in the d-line. Can you understand this?
No. And now knight e4.
Ah, sorry, I must admit I didn't see the knight e4.
Yeah, but
so it's
still
neither-
there are problems on the d-line.
Yes, but still the piece is here. And black will easily regain the pawn on e5 if she wants, I think.
For example, knight c4.
Yeah, but maybe bishop
threatening.
c3 or f4. Feeling there should be something stronger for black. Moves like queen d4. Black can also take in a4 now, by the way.
If queen d4 is working, then I would take this one. But I'm not so sure of the knight c5, maybe. Okay, it's getting complicated.
Hard to say. Well, there are lots of moves, but it says minimum black might play b takes a4. But I guess there are stronger options for black. Yeah, queen d4 is the question. Okay, just give it a try. I don't know, it's too complicated. Fortunately, we don't have to play the game. Now white has to decide.
I like queen d4.
It looks active somehow, but very complicated now. But my guess is at least black will regain the pawn on e5 or maybe on a4, and then probably I would rather prefer black a little bit than it's very active pieces.
Yeah, I was thinking about knight c5 now.
Which one?
D c5.
Okay, but then I instantly regain my
I
pawn.
know. But what else to do?
Okay, the idea is then maybe to play
Yes.
bishop c3 to split the bishop pair.
Exactly.
And maybe now knight takes a4. What's going on here?
Sure.
And now black is quite some nice initiative. I mean, now white is really pressed to equalize this position. You lose the e5 pawn also, then have the two bishops. And okay, well, it's too far then. And anyway, it's not the most important game of the tournament. So
For you, it's not most important. And anyway, we can say that bishop
bishop
f3
f3, this was strange.
wasn't the best decision here, and now it makes life complicated for white.
Yeah, absolutely.
So instead, just take on
Simply
b5,
primitive, but
and then it's complicated for black.
if in
But
doubt,
still should be okay.
if in doubt, take a pawn.
Okay, Jiner against Alexandra.
Yeah, this
Do
definitely
you
is
like this game?
the most,
So
it's the hottest game.
rook
Definitely.
c1 and king f7, and that's the position.
Why did she play king f7? Did she prepare g6? Or?
What will happen with the h4 pawn?
Ah, no, I think it's knight h4, knight d6. Yeah, someone that takes h4 looks wrong. Although maybe it's just playable, but very difficult position. Still have the feeling it went wrong for white somehow.
Yeah, I think still f4 was not the right decision. Better to go for f3 and attack here in the center.
Yeah.
And then if black has to open, then it's better for the bishops.
Yeah, and also the rook can swing over to the king side after ef, gf. So the question, it's difficult for white to play as a move that makes some sense. It's not so easy. Well, I mean, white can take an h4. It's not so clear what's happening. Okay.
Anyway, white has to take
yeah.
latest after d6.
Okay, just to find out what's happening here after. Of course, the knight is yes, knight d6. But of course, the knight on h4. White has lots of stupid pieces now. It's not so easy for black as well here to do something, because whenever you play b5, then out of a sudden the white rooks are activated.
I think one problem also for white was to go to b2 with the bishop. This I didn't understand.
Yeah,
because we need the
D2
bishop here to take here in the right moment.
Yeah, d2 looks more natural, even though the engine...
No, yeah, I think the engine prefers this instead of bishop b2. See, bishop b2,
yeah.
not so happy.
Yeah,
Bishop d2, a little bit more happy.
I also would go to d2, of course, because this knight on a5 is extremely unpleasant because of the pressure against c4.
And the problem here with this bishop, now I'm never able to to play bishop c3 because the pawn is hanging, and now this bishop is stupid. I mean, okay, it's waiting here, but actually I want to take here, and then it's also easier to take here. But now there are like 3 pieces watching c4.
I think the best thing for Jiner is just close your eyes and take the pawn.
But she can still wait 1 move.
Yeah, but what is the move?
I don't know. But she has 1 move left.
Yeah, but if you have no useful moves, then you cannot move the rook. You can basically not move the bishops. You can just the king move, but I don't think it makes so much sense. I think I would just take the pawn. I must admit now all my pieces are in stupid positions, but knight d6 and now some... Even if you have lots of time, it's not clear where to bring the knight. It's a very strange position. I don't know, g3 or...
Yeah, g3.
Or is f5?
F5.
I probably lose the pawn with rook h8, h5.
I would go for g3.
Okay, let's just try this. I mean, it looks, I admit it looks terrible, but only bad pieces for white. But still, black has to break through, and I mean, I'm a pawn up.
Is it an idea to take now everything and also take on d5 and say this knight is out of play?
Sacrifice a piece.
Yeah, but I get 2 pawns.
Ah, this what you mean? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it's right.
I'm just wondering about this. Maybe
Yeah.
I could just quickly look. Because
it's right.
here there's the white pieces aren't
Mhm.
coordinated, so I believe that this is a good idea for black.
Mhm,
Also,
yeah.
we have idea with
Mhm.
b5, c4. So I think this could be a good moment.
Yeah, this looks
And
great.
Engine also loves this.
Yeah, okay, but if this is a threat, then white is in big trouble because
Yes, that's what
how
I'm
to defend
saying.
against this.
I think now it's really bad for white. Maybe there is one move left, but immediately taking here is not a good idea. But now after the next move, g6, white anyway has to take, and then all this will happen. So I'm wondering if g3 is an idea to be a little bit faster when bringing it back.
I'm trying to make in a way to make bishop c3 work, and if black double takes in c4, somehow to take in f6, but it doesn't really work.
No, okay, this is also not the move. Pooh. But what to do?
Yeah, now it looks very good for Alexandra, even though the engine still gives equal, but I think Veronika's plan to take in c4 looks very dangerous for white.
Yes.
Maybe in print now. In principle of the knight c... no, but first you're only taking c4 when your knight has reached d6.
Yes. Yeah, my idea is easy. g6, knight d6, take on z4, and then just move with my c-pawn and my rooks, and I'm active and...
But maybe in the moment you play g6, I don't take the pawn, but play knight h6 to g4 then.
Okay. This can be some kind of idea, so just have a try. I don't know.
Yeah, it looks at least relatively better than the other one. Still, I wouldn't know what's my next move with white, but it's... Yeah, sf6, maybe in some moment to go bishop c3, and if black takes in c4, then taking f6 and c4. And but here would need a preparatory move, because otherwise in the end the black rook is coming to d2. So maybe now king e1.
But it's black to move.
Ah, sorry. Okay, whatever. Against
And I think she is going for my move king f2. Let's have a look. Yes. I mean, what else? White needs to wait. And now I guess that this will still be the idea by Alexandra, as we just analyzed here, because this is still better for black. But now it's not so easy how to continue. Maybe putting one rook here, the other one to protect, and then play the same idea.
Yeah, I mean, white's main problem is there's no... I don't see any way to improve the position.
Yeah, so for example here, and if I just wait, I don't know, whatever. Now we can go here. I think this looks like a good idea. Rook c7 was played.
Oh, the engine doesn't like it at all. This is interesting. Look how the bar is going up. Did you blunder something?
I'm not so sure about this move.
Yeah, but what can you... I would have thought that black can do whatever she wants. How's the engine evaluation now?
+1.
Oh. It's a surprise. I mean, obviously she wants to prepare this to kick out the knight. But
Yes, but why in this direction? Because here, now the problem is the knight is really stupid on g4. So there's an advantage. And now I have time forever. And just move here. I don't understand why on c7, because I want to bring this rook here. And I think...
Or maybe now it's really enough to take in c4. You have to play this plan.
But here it's just fine for black.
Yeah, I agree.
Don't understand.
But I also don't understand why the engine thinks that white is better now. This is even more mysterious in my view. Unless bishop c3 would work somehow, but
Must be something with tactics.
But on bishop c3 still black can take in c4. I mean, I can add this what I was somehow take in f6, but I don't think it works at all.
No.
Maybe in a moment to attack e4 with some bishop b1, rook c3, and it looks very artificial.
But I still don't see the idea behind rook c7.
Yeah, me neither.
I think it's just wrongly placed.
But it's much more mysterious to me. What is the brilliant white idea now?
Yeah, I still have no idea.
I think Alexandra thinks she can do whatever she wants because...
Yeah, okay, but if I can do whatever I want, then I go to d8.
Yeah, but I agree, I'm sorry. It's
and then play g6 and all this thing, and then having here, because this is the important thing. Sometimes later I want to sacrifice here, and then I need my rook on d8, so I don't understand this move. I'm sorry, Alexandra, I don't get it.
Yeah, but what is white said, you know?
There must be some tactics.
It's hard to imagine that white has got some tactics here with all the passive pieces.
Maybe something with g4 trying to open up.
Yeah, I thought about it, but didn't understand why it's so. No, it wasn't.
No. g3.
It's usually trying all the moves. Maybe Jiner finds it.
But bishop c3, I don't think this is the move, because then we can just take, yeah, engine agrees. Phew. But now there's not much left. You mean d6?
No, I thought about rook c3 and bishop b1, but probably then
now
g6.
now she took on h4
okay.
in the game. So this is the right moment now to take.
Surprising.
I don't know why.
So probably now knight to d6.
Yes. But why is it now much better? With a rook on c7 and not on c8. Is it because sometimes there was an idea with rook h8 maybe? I mean, still, I would go for this move and not here, so...
I also don't understand why is the rook on c7. I would not do it. Let's put it this way. Okay, but still is the question what white is doing now. So in a moment black threatens to win a piece with g5. So probably white has to play...
I was thinking about g4.
I was even thinking about f5 then.
Okay.
Where's f5? It's got the idea of, especially now with the rook on c8, and to play g4 and then knight g6, and then finally my knight, I mean, just to show dreams, I don't think they will ever come true, but play g4 and then with my knight comes back here. Out of a sudden it would have a bright future. But of course, I must admit it is highly unlikely this is going to happen. But the engine doesn't like it. But anyway, we don't understand
Did I go for g4? Then engine thinks it's equal.
Mhm.
So I guess this idea to take here is now not working. Just check.
Well, I thought maybe the rook should take in c4. Wait a moment.
Oh, you mean, and then in the end,
To keep the
just
bishop.
take with the. Oh, yeah,
That's what I thought is defensive idea.
that's right.
The bishop is much stronger here than the rook.
Oh, yeah, this is a good
Mhm.
idea.
Yeah, this would be at least a counter argument against the sacrifice.
And now maybe this is the problem because of d6.
Yeah, but anyway, now the position might be nice for white. I think now here the 3 pieces might be clearly stronger than the 2 rooks.
Mm-hmm.
And if black cannot sacrifice on c4, then it's again for black also not so clear what she's doing.
Okay, just one moment. So before this move of the king, okay, immediately taking here, just to see the difference. So, for example, also g4,
Mhm.
like having the same setup. Maybe this problem with the king here. I don't know.
Mhm.
So now if we take, you still want to
Well,
take
let's
with the
take
rook?
with the rook.
I don't know. Take.
Mhm. Maybe black has got some b5 in a moment, or
But for sure here is the difference,
Mhm.
because
Yeah.
now it's good for black.
well, b5 would be nice, but still doesn't work technically. If black would play b5, then it's but now the rooks are a bit clumsy for this. Maybe. Oh wait, now rook h8 maybe, and then b5 somehow. No.
This is not the move.
But anyway, I think basically this is the right white defensive idea to keep the bishop.
Mm-hmm. But then there's also the question, why not putting the rook on b8 instead
Mhm.
of c7,
Yeah.
so very deeply going here,
Mhm.
and then having the idea now with
Mhm.
b5, because then I think
Yeah.
it's a winning position.
Mhm.
If my rook was here at the moment.
Okay, well, let's return to the game. I mean,
Oh no, someone in the chat wrote, I will keep a diary of Miss Exler's time management in subsequent
very
tournament
good. Yes, yes. It will be a big help for me as a trainer.
Oh yeah.
Thanks.
So please send this diary to Stefan Kindermann
Yes.
later.
Yeah. By the way, if there are any topics that are interesting for you that from our spectrum, you might always reach us via the Munich Chess Academy, Münchner Schachakademie.
So I think this would have been an idea to bring it on b8 and then now have b5.
Okay, well, let's go back to the game because
Yeah.
these are just of
Still,
course, some
everything is
speculations.
some kind of miracle. No,
Very interesting game.
no, she took here. Yes.
After knight d6, probably she wants to go either f5 or g4 and argue that the sacrifice on c4 is not threatening. And if the sacrifice on c4 is not threatening, then it's not so clear what she's doing. I mean, I'm just not sure did we see g4 or f5 or?
I wanted to go for g4.
Okay, let's see g4. Yeah, okay, let's say the sacrifice does not work on c4. What is black doing now?
Nothing.
Because b5, as we said, is the big problem that all the white pieces come alive, so that's probably a mistake. White takes, and then c5 is hanging. And on c4 we said that white is taking with the rook.
And yes.
Just once more to highlight here for the spectators. Maybe it's better to take with the bishop now. But okay.
Yeah,
I think
that's good.
this position is probably good for white.
Yes.
With the 3 pieces.
And she also played g4, yeah. And here I'm thinking that knight f5 is also the next idea for white.
Or my idea was f5, knight g6, f4, e6.
Okay, this is of course also interesting.
This is very ambitious.
I think this is also very easy, right?
This is the safer way to play.
Interesting.
Yeah, because optically, I mean, white has so many bad pieces, but the problem for black is to break through, because this is, I don't see any other breaking idea than b5 or Veronika sacrifice in c4. But if both don't work, then black does have a problem, because
Yeah, so after all, we believe that here rook c c7
yeah,
was,
rook c7 was strange.
I don't know,
Probably
strange
g6
at
now.
all, but yeah, we like this line with g6, and now if the knight takes here, then there is a big difference, because this knight is out of play, and there's also no knight f5 like in the other lines sometimes.
Well, let's just show if white now plays g3 or g4 or something like in the game. And now you wanted to take in c4. But I think now also white has to take with the rook. It's much more important to. But now for some reason.
Oh, there's a big difference.
Now it's because the king is in f2. This was unlucky for white. Now it's b5 crushing.
No, because if I take then bishop c4. Oh, yeah, here's this.
Because now the bishop is hanging with check, because with the king on g1, bishop a6 is possible.
Now we understand. Yeah, so this is weird why Alexandra didn't go for this line, because if now white is playing this, then we have the same problem again. Sorry, first we wanted to put the rooks here to protect f6 and then go for knight d6. But the big difference is now black has still the h pawn compared to the game, and also this knight here is a bit stupid.
Well, I would not say the knight
You
is
like
stupid.
it?
It attacks f6 and might later.
Yeah, but if I just protect it. Anyway, the big difference is of course the h pawn.
Okay, so let's take another look around, and then
Yeah, check the
maybe
game
it's time for
between
another
Humpy and
break.
Zhongyi, and then I think it's a good time for a break before.
whether some toast is still over there
Yes,
at the buffet.
we want this lekker toast. Okay, so rook b8 would have been the best idea, and then put the rook later here, and then attack on the second rank, also with the idea having rook c2 later. But now rook c8 is a little bit passive. And now it's chances for white to do something with the c-pawn. Rook c7.
Yeah, that's exactly what we analyzed. Was this the game?
Yeah, this is the game.
It's exactly the version that we had before, with the idea now
Yeah.
g4, just to give the square on b1 for the rook.
Yeah, exactly.
Funny.
Bishop e6, check.
Yeah, rook b1.
Yes.
I think now I see the black defensive idea. She wants to give the exchange on c6, and probably this will be a fortress.
Yeah, true. This is a fortress, right?
I think so.
I'm just thinking if there are any chances. So rook c2.
Yeah, so this is
And if I move here to get this pawn, then you just take.
also rook c5. But I think also this is, I think with rooks on especially.
And there is no
this is-
chance.
No, with rooks on, I don't think so. Unless here g5, maybe it's some mating construction now with rooks on.
I mean, at the moment it's black to move, so black could even take here.
Okay, then of course it's absolutely nothing.
Yeah, okay, but we can prepare this. We don't have to immediately go for this. So here in this position, now is the threat. So maybe h3. But then we don't get the a-pawn.
Yeah, but
Okay, without the g-pawn, of course, there's nothing. But with
But
the
with the
g-pawn, I
g-pawn,
was wondering, why not later on come with the pawn to f5? Isn't this a winning position? So if I would keep this, I don't know, for example, something like this. Yeah, now it's a winning position. This is not the fortress.
But I think with, yeah, I wonder with the
Because then
rooks
later I
changed,
have
but
this
the
idea
4,
here.
5,
But I don't exchange my rook. Like, I would protect this, probably. Then come with my king, and then here. Okay, just making stupid moves for black to show my idea. I guess it's not so easy with this king. And then I get check all the time.
You can put the rook to the third rank and then
Yes.
rook d3.
Then, yeah, and then from behind, right?
Well, okay, maybe there's some chances.
I think this is winning. I'm thinking about f5.
Maybe. For sure, it will be very hard work to win it.
But if I can go f5, then... So do you think this is a fortress? I have no idea. I've never seen this
That's the question
in
with
an endgame book.
Well, the question would be without rooks. With rooks on, it's always a different story.
But without rook, I think it's easy drawn. If I put my king on f6... No.
On f6, you fall into Zugzwang with the rook on the 6th rank, and
Yeah.
the white plan is to come with the king to e5, and then probably also to push somehow with f4, f5, f6. So this might be winning somehow.
That's true.
Okay, but it's much too far. I mean, just discussing
The idea.
the positions after the exchange sacrifice. But I think basically it's the defensive idea that black wants somehow.
That's why I'm saying 0.0. That's good to understand. Did white have any chances earlier? This still looks okay. But I think we need our rook here, but still it's...
But how do you want to make
Veronika.
progress? Black will play a4, a3, and
Hmm.
I think rook b1 is the best.
Okay.
For some reasons I wouldn't have given a check on d8. I don't know exactly why, but maybe it's no difference.
Yeah, anyway, it's interesting because now I understand the idea behind rook c8. And now I think also the engine understands. Oh,
Okay, so maybe it's time for a break.
yes. See you after the break for the exciting finish of the last round.
I'm joined this afternoon by Grandmaster Alexei Jankovic here in Munich. You are the European Chess Union Vice President. How are you doing this afternoon? How are you doing?
Here, yeah, as official, but of course as a chess player, as a grandmaster, I'm always trying to take some time to watch the games. The event is really great, fantastically organized. We are in the center of the Munich, fantastic hotel. So I'm quite happy that last year was FIDE announced it as a year of women in chess, but it's important that we keep up with good work after that celebration. So I'm happy to see the good conditions for players.
It's a pleasure for us to have you here. What has most surprised you of this event? When you came here yesterday, what is the thing that most surprised you?
Actually, when I see how I see now women chess, that they are really, really well prepared, and sometimes I'm quite surprised how deep the preparation is going in their games. So they are really taking seriously their openings. They're playing sometimes some novelties, which are really for me it's like a fascinating. Because of hard fights, sometimes they are lacking energy for a technique. I see this as some kind of possibility for improvement, but I see that they are enjoying, they are happy, they are playing games. So somehow I feel that this atmosphere is really nice.
Very exciting game, some of them.
Exactly.
So, as a Vice President of the European Chess Union, could you tell us what does the ECU have lined up for 2023 regarding women's chess?
Yeah, that's a good question. Actually, this year or last year, Women Commission was formed. The president of the chairman of the commission is Regina Pokorna. She has a great experience and good connection and networking. So I believe she will make a really big steps. Now we are encouraging round-robin tournaments for women players, which I think it's very important because at some stage there were not enough tournaments to play. So some of them are happening already in Austria. It will happen in next month somewhere else. So this is a thing, and the invitation is open. So some organizers who are maybe thinking to organize an event, round robin for women, can apply for funds and for support, and we are happy to help.
As you know, one of the main features of Elite Chess Tournament is the broadcasting, the commentating of the games. Here we have Grandmaster Stefan Kindermann and Veronika Exler. You are going to do commentating very soon in the European Women's Championship. Tell us about that tournament.
Yes, exactly. So I'm going to Montenegro in the next month, in March, to be a commentator of European Individual Women Championship. This one is round robin. The European Individual is open tournament with Swiss system, which is always shaky because you need to play your best chess. So, but it's very interesting, as you said, for a broadcast. I think this is a very important step as European Chess TV is doing, and we all are trying as a commentators, trying to build some drama, try to get some attention for viewers, which I think is very important. I was doing this in Monaco during women candidates, so I know how tense games can be, and it's very important to show this to broader audience.
Build up the emotions.
Yes,
and
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who will you be in Monaco? You were paired with Almira Shkipchenko, if
Yes,
I'm not remembering.
exactly.
Do you know your partner for the next round?
I don't know yet, but for sure I will try to do my best, as I told you, maybe to invite even some other guests. So this is my usual routine. So I try to bring the players after the games to express their calculation, their emotions after the game.
Fantastic. Thanks for coming, and thanks to the ECU for supporting this event.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Möchten Sie auf innovative Weise die Qualität Ihrer Entscheidungen verbessern, die besten Strategien der Schachgroßmeister nutzen, auch wenn Sie selbst vielleicht kein Schachspieler, keine Schachspielerin sind, sich vor schwerwiegenden Planungsfehlern schützen, Ihre Intuition bestmöglich in Ihren Planungs- und Entscheidungsprozess einfließen lassen? Oder suchen Sie einfach einen inspirierenden Keynote-Vortrag für Ihre nächste Veranstaltung? Dann haben Sie viel gemeinsam mit Unternehmen wie Lufthansa Cargo, wie BMW, wie E.ON oder der Bayerischen Staatskanzlei. Überall dort konnte ich schon in Form von Vorträgen oder Workshops die wichtigsten Konzepte und Ideen unseres Strategiemodells Königsplan vermitteln. Hat Sie das neugierig gemacht? Dann freue ich mich auf Ihre Anfrage. Viele Informationen sind auch auf unserer Homepage www.königsplan.com zu finden.
I'm joined this afternoon by Jens Wolter, international arbiter for the last 10 years and currently the tournament arbiter, the chief arbiter of the Munich Women's Grand Prix. Jens, it's the last day today. It's been a tough 2 weeks, but we're getting to the end, and I've waited for the last day to do a small interview with you and ask you a few questions about your role here as main arbiter. My first question is, please explain briefly, what are your main functions here as a chief international arbiter? What does the job entail?
Hello, Michael. Thank you very much for the questions. Of course, you are a chief arbiter, that you have to act according to the regulations, that the laws of chess are strictly followed. But of course, that's not the only one that you have to do as a chief arbiter. A lot of preparation has to be done. I was appointed only 2 weeks before the tournaments, so we had to make the pairings. And then when arriving here in the tournament hall, it's very small. There were very little tables. They were only 80 centimeters squared. So we had to adjust them, get bigger tables, and finally find a room arrangement that works well. And of course, you have to supervise a tournament and assure that everything runs well and the players feel comfortable.
From the outside, I've seen that it's running perfectly well. One anecdote I saw, and I wanted to ask you about, this special chair for Tan Zhongyi. I noticed that everyone had a special, a nice, very nice, comfortable swivel chair, but Tan Zhongyi chose a different, more simple chair. Could you tell us what happened there? How did this come to pass?
Yeah, I think the other chairs were just a bit too big for her, so she chose a smaller one so she could sit better at the tables.
It didn't have to do with the wheels, maybe?
I don't think so.
Okay. My second question, of course, this is a very important event, a top elite event in women's chess. So we have the deputy arbiter, Tanya. She's in charge of fair play situation. Tell us briefly about the fair play measures that the arbiters take for this type of event, please.
Tanya is performing the fair play officer part, and she has a handheld scanner, so every player gets checked before the start of the round. Even the bags they are bringing, they are checked, so that there are no forbidden devices there. And after the start of the round, the toilets are checked completely, and also from time to time, of course, so that we are sure that the players don't have any information gathering from the toilets or from any other place.
Can you confirm that during this tournament everything has gone according to regulations?
Yes, I think so.
Fantastic. I can also attest to that. Finally, apart from the anecdote of the chair, are there any other interesting anecdotes or any special situation that has been produced in the tournament which you would care to talk about?
Yes, and it just arose during this very last round. As you might know, there are laws of chess, and you would expect the players to know the laws of chess properly. But if it comes to threefold repetition, there are always some difficulties. Okay. And we have 2 games now that finished with a threefold before the 30th move.
Yes.
And there are 2 ways. Either way, you have the position always on the board, and it's already there. Yes. Then you can claim immediately. Or you produce it by your own move. Then you write it down.
You write it down, yes.
Yeah. And in these 2 games, they wrote down the moves, but it was already there. Okay. So I just cancelled out the move they wrote down.
So the normal protocol is when you want to claim the threefold repetition in your move, you write down the move, and then you call the arbiter and indicate the move you want. It's the only situation where you can write down the move before it's being played, is correct, no?
This is correct, yes. Okay. But in these cases, you didn't have to write down the moves as the position was already there.
Of course, in these cases, as the draw is clear and both players more or less are agreeing, it's not a problem. But in other situations, this could be important because I've seen many players do the third move, then claim the draw, and that is not correct. Is correct this?
Yes, of course. You have to have the move to claim.
If you make your move, then it's the other player's turn, and it's him, he can decide or not to do the repetition.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So, thanks for coming, Jens. Sorry about the delay today. These things happen. But it's been a pleasure to meet you here in the tournament and listen to your opinion on the rules and regulations.
Thank you very much, Harika.
Welcome back. We have good news and we have bad news for all Alexandra fans here. Bad news first. She has a losing position at the moment, but this time it really looks completely lost. But good news is that Humpy already made a draw, so Alexandra will win this tournament anyway.
Congratulations. Yeah, congratulations go to Alexandra. And she can lose in a very relaxed way. Although, of course, it's not the perfect feeling to finish a tournament with a loss. But in this case, it really doesn't matter if she wins this tournament.
Maybe first have a look at the draw between Humpy and Zhongyi. So we saw rook c8, and now we understood the idea behind this move. Black is just advancing the a-pawn, and as soon as this rook on c1 is moving, as
Black
here
is-
in the game,
Black is preparing to second c6.
yes. And now black took on c6. Yeah, and this is of course a fortress.
Yeah, by the way, if Black really wanted to win, then she would have to keep the g-pawn. But then on the other hand, she cannot take the a-pawn. So, but
You mean
also-
white? If
white,
white
white,
wanted
yeah,
to
but,
win, yes. But this
I think
was not
anyways.
really possible here. Yeah,
No,
okay,
instead of rook a7.
instead, but
Of course,
I
probably
don't
she was
know.
afraid that.
A3, A2,
A2, yeah,
and then
and-
it can be better for black.
Um,
Or, yeah, I don't think there are any winning chances for white.
no.
Okay, so
Okay, so this was a clean defense.
great defense by Zhongyi,
Mhm.
and now Humpy has the second place, Alexandra the first place, and Nana the third place. But there are still games going on.
Yeah,
and
but of course,
first,
this is.
yeah, and first have a look
Let's look
what
here.
happened between Jiner and Alexandra.
Yes, we were puzzled by this rook c7 move. This was very strange. And here, Alexandra played Veronika's sacrifice, but not in a good version. But it's a bit puzzling for me that she played it here, but the problem being, I guess, that there's no good way to proceed with black. As we discussed before, the other break b5 doesn't really work because c5 afterwards is hanging. And if she does absolutely nothing, then white can improve, for example, with f5 and knight g6, f4, e6. Although still with black, I would not have taken in c4 now, I think. Okay, she took, and now, of course, the very important moment to take, as we discussed before, not with the bishop. Because the bishop is much more important here to keep the pawn, because if the bishop takes, I think then it's very nice for black. And even here it would be better to have to double the rook on the d-line. And here I think black does get some, at least some decent counterplay, and also b5 might be coming. And it's also not totally clear, but I think here it's quite playable. But of course, much stronger as the idea that Jiner also spotted rook takes c4, because now the bishop is more important than a rook to keep this pawn and not. Yeah, this is a very nice play. What we expected in case the sacrifice is coming. And just here, I mean, if the black rook would be on d8, for example, this one, then b5 would be very strong. Afterwards with some attack on the two bishops. But here, unfortunately, white takes with attack on the rook, and the rook cannot take here because of bishop c4. So this is, all the tactical details are working against Alexandra now. And this also shows that what can be easily missed in your own games, that before the position it looked very closed and very static, but in the moment when it opens, that every tactical detail can count, so it makes sense to be very alert. Well, yeah, of course, to take in b2 now is also no fun with the white d-pawn alive. White just goes up, for example, and then, although the engine thinks that maybe this was the better chance, yeah? Interesting. Did you see this?
Just wait.
Because she took now in, she took in d7. And I think this is hopeless. This is the game, and I think this is hopeless.
But I think your king g3 wasn't the best move here.
But at least there would be good chances that white goes to g3.
No, because of the c-pawn. That's the problem.
Ah, that's what you mean. Okay, let's say king e1.
Yes. And then it's still
And
winning.
then, yeah, so in the, that's what you mean. Yeah, I think now that if the black c-pawn is controlled, then the pieces are too strong here to connect it with the d-pawn. So now she will get the d-pawn, but now out of the sudden the white pieces are very good here. King is controlling and everything went wrong for black.
Yeah.
Pawns are equal, but two pieces here are clearly stronger here because the only black asset, the c-pawn, is under control. Knight h6 check. This is also interesting. I expected the simple knight g3. But the engine likes it even clearly better. Interesting.
Yeah, because king g7 is not possible because of g5.
But very precise play because the engine thinks that this is even clearly stronger. Of course, probably not to go to g7 because of g5. And then king e7, knight g8 is possible. So I had not seen this detail. And on king e6, probably a 5 check.
Yes.
Nice, very nice tactical play by Jiner. Nice. Because giving the rook here is absolutely hopeless. And now probably knight g8 check. Is there maybe something better? I think knight g8 check is good enough now. And then take an f6. Was there something even better here? I thought that this is the idea. And I think she moved some, she played some.
h4.
Oh, very
No,
cool.
why not?
Very cool play. Yeah, the h pawn is now.
Black can't move.
It's very nice technique by Jiner. I mean, now I think there are lots of winning possibilities, but she plays very accurately. And as we have seen, it makes much sense against Alexandra to play absolutely accurately because she will take any chance.
Okay, I only have one question.
Only one?
Yes, only one.
This is unusual.
Okay, her idea wasn't the best, so maybe this was also a good idea to prepare this b5 later, as we were discussing, but this was, of course, the wrong move. But here, later, after this, maybe some other spectators might wonder why going for b5 right here and not trying to keep it somehow with the rooks. So just that we discuss it shortly. I mean, of course, these pieces from white are too strong, but anyway, I mean, after b5, it looks like it's completely over.
Yeah.
So I guess there might be some better chance to defend. Yeah, no, the rook on c7 is very stupid.
It's not easy to find a good square for the king. Yeah, and also white afterwards can go a4 to block the pawns. And
yeah, but still, I think here it's better chances for black.
or maybe just king f8.
Yes.
Yeah, here the engine gives only, well, clear advantage, but it's not totally over.
Now I would go for e4.
This is wise. Maybe a6 now.
a6.
Yeah, let's break open here the position for the rooks.
But here I have better chances with black to survive.
Yeah, I agree. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I also didn't understand why. Yeah, but maybe this was the mental pressure that she knew that maybe it's even a loss is enough, and maybe so she was not able to collect her full energy. Yeah, I think here there are some survival chances if she succeeds to. I don't know what white is doing.
It's not easy what to do now.
It's a knight f5, and now probably just to
b5.
push.
And now it's equal. Yeah, why not
No.
going for this line?
I'm sorry.
I really don't understand this.
Yeah, but maybe she did not spot the move king f8. It's a bit. Maybe she thought that there's no good square for the. At first sight, it looks so. That's because his all normal moves that you look are don't work. But I think this king f8, because knight g6 check in this moment is not so dangerous.
Yeah, but here the game can change any time.
Yeah.
And this is really not easy. Yeah. After this a4 here, a6 immediately, I don't know. Because if I manage to go for b5 and c4, then white gets some troubles. So what to do? King here.
Well, I thought that white has to bring the knight, but he will never get the c pawn going. I also have to just move knight f5. I mean.
b5.
But how will you make the? Oh, you want?
Check on.
Sorry. No, okay. This is the point.
Bishop
sorry.
c3, for example.
Yeah. Sorry.
No. Black is never playing for a win. I'm just thinking that black has very good drawing chances.
I know. I forgot that the king is in f2. Of course. No. Then it's not so clear. Then it's right. Can please. Or no. Knight d4 then.
And not this, but if I just wait, for example.
Yeah, but that's what I proposed to. This
Yeah.
defense with king f8. I'm innocent that Alexandra did not play it.
So this is just a weird moment.
Mm-hmm.
Because Alexandra used to defend very well, but here we really don't understand.
No, but this is last round pressure when it's for the first place. And
yeah, very good
it's-
chances here that Alexandra makes draw again in this position.
yeah,
But unfortunately, she
But
went
in the
for
game-
b5, and then it's just losing.
but fortunately for Jiner, it's always relative.
Yes. But we are
And-
used to that Alexandra defends everything,
And poor Humpy, she will be so mad
Mm.
because she was so winning yesterday against.
Yeah, if Humpy would have won yesterday, then she would be the big winner here in this tournament.
Yeah, that's really bad luck in this case. Or how? Well, is it bad luck? I don't know. No, but just Alexandra was so tough yesterday.
Okay, let's move on. Seems Jiner knows what she does. She does, sorry. Alina against Elisabeth. Here many interesting things happened. This bishop f3, we didn't agree so much. Bishop f5 attacking. And
She
queen
played
d4.
queen d4.
She was protecting. I would also think that knight c4 is a good move.
Probably did yours after bishop c3 to take in e4 then. Yeah, knight c4 looks normal. But the engine doesn't like it. Yeah, bishop g5 is a good move, I think. So probably no knight c4 wasn't the best. It's about rook ad8 in this moment.
Yes. Putting more pressure on the d file.
Now white can get a bit dizzy with all the hanging pieces.
Yeah.
It's easy to blunder something now. Knight dc5 probably, or what?
Yes. But this we analyzed, and then black can someone take on e5 later.
Yeah, I think it's okay at least. But I think this bishop g5 move, this after knight c4 was quite nice. Because now in many moments white can plop into f6, and also it controls your d8, so because black of course would like to play rook d8 to put pressure here, so this was a nice move by Alina. Okay, she took on a4. Okay, maybe there's even something better than rook takes a4. Interesting. But very tactical position, I mean, of course, for this This is easy for the engine and difficult for human beings.
What about the idea bishop e7, bishop c5?
Maybe. I mean, the black's queen has no good squares. So. Yeah, it's interesting.
But still, I would also take on e4 in a game.
Yeah. Everybody takes an a4. Okay, but yeah, I think there will be problems with this. Of course, just the queen may not take, or at least, yeah, no, cannot. You have only 2 pieces for the queen, so this is not enough. And now, this was not, was somehow. Seems there's a strong move because it gives some clear advantage for white. But one wouldn't think so, no? Black looks so active. I was thinking about rook a5, but then I think black can play queen takes b4. Interesting that the engine thinks that white is somewhat better.
I also wouldn't believe that.
I wouldn't feel any danger with black.
No.
I think I'm totally fine. Strange. Yeah, hard to say. Maybe g4, but yeah, what's about g4? Still, it's hard to believe it's something for white. But
If I just take the knight. And then go for queen c3.
well, to see, it's interesting. The queen, the ancient still thinks white is better, but also I cannot imagine that white is better here. I'm sorry.
No, I can't.
No.
Maybe rook e3 and then rook a3.
Yeah, okay. Okay, doesn't matter. So what happened in the game? Did knight g3, which looks a bit strange to me. Okay, but who knows? It's very tactical. I mean, it's easy for the engine, but for humans it's pretty difficult. It's interesting with these beautiful bishops, it still thinks that white is a bit better. I would be quite optimistic here with black.
Me too.
Well, usually it's very rare that I'm optimistic, but
Maybe because of this bishop e7, bishop c5 idea I mentioned earlier.
Yeah. Oh.
0.0 according to
Okay,
ancient.
is here something brilliant for white? No, I cannot imagine. Okay. Okay, so bishop c5 being the idea. But I think queen d2 is always possible, no? Or does it blunder something? So rook e2 with queen d1 check and then maybe
I go for queen e3 now.
queen e3. Yeah, maybe black loses the a6 pawn in some. Okay, what if I take in e3 and take with the rook? Or? Okay, but now if I don't want to lose, then I take in g3 and then.
No, I believe it is
Ah,
equal.
so, okay.
I don't believe that white is winning here.
Yeah, I think most probably it will be draw. Yeah, okay. I think that's not so interesting anymore.
Mhm.
Okay, so what happened in Mariya's game?
Mariya against Dinara.
Mhm.
A lot. Oh, really a lot. We saw queen b4. And here she went on b3.
He wanted to play queen c4,
yes,
not...
queen c4.
Mhm.
I think this looks stronger.
I also think so.
Make a pin here.
Yeah, strange. Queen c4 looking
Interesting.
better.
Okay, rook c8. Now the bishop comes.
But oh, wait. Here it looks very promising also for white. This black is so squeezed.
But 92 looks like a good move. You don't
Okay.
like it? Bring it to c4. I like this idea.
Yeah. Oh, it's okay. Just maybe there's something better. Okay, what is in knight c4? It doesn't like so much, but I must agree I also would probably play knight c4 because
And now moving back to e3.
I would maybe now play bishop to d4. Because if you play now e5, then I go back. Now, of course, this is positionally disaster.
And if I don't go for e5?
Okay, now the idea is to go knight c4 next. Okay, but anyway, there's lots of things happened. f3 is a bit... Because now it went wrong somehow for white. Knight c4 and... Okay, because now black would take here, probably bishop c6, or, you know, rook c6. Okay, there are some strange things. White is. I would think white should now play the bishop somewhere. 3 or so.
But
Okay.
this is a difficult position.
Yeah,
I don't know what to play with white or black.
me neither. Queen a7. This is nice.
And
Because
then
probably
bishop d8.
yeah, because she thought that probably black has to play rook a7 when the rook would be very clumsy.
Okay.
Yeah, again mistake. Okay, but it, okay, but everybody would play rook d8 here, no?
Yes, for sure.
Every move. Tilting the balance. Okay, we don't understand what's going on, and probably the players not, and maybe they even the engine not. Now it looks nice for white, but the engine says it's close to
Now
winning
it's
for black.
winning for black.
But why is it winning for black?
I don't know.
Maybe rook c5 is unpleasant. It's better for white. But to be honest, I don't really trust this engine.
Yeah, let's have a look on rook c5. How will you protect the a pawn?
Yeah, that's what I would play, but I wouldn't think it's so strong. Okay.
Rook a1 again.
Okay. Well, but I think there were so many moments. Let's just look how's the position now. Okay, rook c4 it also doesn't like. e3. Okay. And what is now?
Now I think black is okay.
Yeah, White has definitely lost a bit the threat, but this can happen easy in this type of relatively positional Sicilian positions. Optically it looks nice, but the black position has quite a lot of resilience, and if the black pieces come out, I mean, this is also the attractive thing about the Sicilian defense, that it's not equal, but then you're better. There's a difference to many other openings. So how would you take?
With the bishop.
Yeah, why not?
If I take with the knight, then probably bishop b5.
Yeah, that's what I also thought. Okay, I also think taking with the bishop is normal. Well, I think now the white activity is enough to contain the black bishop's pair. And probably it's roughly equal.
Yeah, first of all.
But still lots of things can happen here.
Bishop c6 or something.
But even here, it's as long as black prevents d5, white prevents d5, it's also not so clear what black is doing here.
Not at all.
Well, maybe regroup with the bishop to play some bishop f6, e5, and provoke white to play f4 and retreat, and maybe play bishop f6, queen e7. And yeah, but I think objectively it's equal. Okay, so let's a quick look. Was Alexandra still playing?
Oh, she's still thinking after h4.
Okay. Understandable.
There's no move left for black. This is a big problem.
Yeah, Jiner looks quite confident and relaxed. But never relax against Alexandra. Would you be relaxed in Jiner's place?
Yes.
Cool.
I mean, here there's really nothing left for black.
I still expect always to go that something will go wrong in the last moment.
It seems you're pessimistic.
Yes, but only for my own games, not for games of other people.
Especially not for your opponent, right?
Yeah, for my opponent, I'm usually very optimistic. I'm sure he will find or she will find something in the last moment.
Okay, but here is nothing left. So the other games are more exciting for me. Yeah, there are only 3 games left so far. We have a lot of draws. Just to show quickly, you have a draw between Humpy and Zhongyi. We have a draw between Anna and Zhansaya. And we also have a very quick draw after 11 moves between Nana and Dronavalli.
And by the way, as you already predicted before the tournament, it's obvious that Humpy makes second place because she said he's always second.
Yeah, she's second
There's
again.
nothing to be done against fate.
So have a look at the game between Alina and Elisabeth. What happened here? Oh, we had bishop c2 and now rook a2. Yes. And queen c4. Rook moves back. Exchange. Oh. And oh, they agreed to a draw. Mariya against Dinara.
Okay, quite understandable.
Yeah, this position was confusing for me too. I don't know what to do. So it was rook c4, rook c5, queen e3, and taking on c4. And she was offering draw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but I think it's a fair result. I think it's very difficult for both sides to do anything here.
Yeah, I don't have any ideas with black, nor with white.
Yeah, I think it. Mariya is quite unhappy with the tournament and doesn't like the position so much. And Dinara, of course, also will be happy, I think, to get over with the tournament now. She won a game at least and
Yes.
got a lot of practical experience. Yeah, maybe Humpy made some kind of magic deal that she's always becoming second.
It's amazing.
There's really a very spooky story with one very interesting Swiss player. Maybe you probably don't know him anymore. So Werner Hook is the name, is international
Oh, yeah,
master.
I know him.
But he had very high potential. He was junior world champion. And his chess understanding is extremely high, but he was hampered by, to become grandmaster by the fact that he was extremely he liked draws extremely much. He made lots of draws from better position and being overcautious, and just couldn't get rid of this weakness, and this prevented him to become grandmaster. But nearly nobody knows the real story behind it.
And what is the story behind it?
Because when Werner was playing for the this World Junior World Championship, last round he played against Ken Rogov, who by now is also a very famous professor for economics and was president of the International Monetary Fund also. But those time he was also a very strong chess player. But as I said, Werner was leading, Werner Hook, and draw was enough. And he said the legendary words before the game to Ken Rogov: "I will agree draw in any position." And what happened in the game, I must check the game, but just that's what he told me. In the game, it really happened that Rogov was some 3 moves before Rogov would be checkmate. And then he offered a draw. And of course, Werner stayed to his promise and accepted. And since that time, he was followed by the draw curse. And maybe Humpy has got something like the second place curse. I mean, there are worse curses, I guess. But
If I get second everywhere, then I'm happy.
just have to play the right tournaments.
Yes.
Yeah, and here, I guess draw is also very probable.
Yeah.
Don't torture the commentators.
I don't know what Elisabeth is still thinking. Take, and...
Is there any danger for any side if you make a stupid mistake? Or
Yeah. If the white queen comes to the 8th rank.
okay.
So after rook takes, then it's queen a8.
Yeah, probably swap queens and play h5 or something.
But how do you want to swap queens?
Swap rooks, I mean, sorry.
Yeah, that for sure. And now?
Either bishop f6 or h5 I would play, I don't know.
Yeah, I would go for bishop f6. But no, this is not working.
This is exactly...
No, I wanted to go for h6.
I know,
you try to confuse me. No, I'm not going for this.
We want to show the variation of the bishop 6, because he said, what can go wrong here? And then
You're mean to me.
no, myself was confused. So it's always possible. So probably h5 or h6.
Yeah. Oh, she kept the rook.
Wow, what a fighter.
Yes. Playing h5 immediately.
Ah, okay.
Wow.
Very precise.
Why not offering a draw immediately?
Okay, so let's take a look at the Alexandra game, because all the other games, I think this game is basically also finished.
Mm-hmm. No, at least something happened. h4, c4. Yeah. Only move. Check.
Now finally she took.
Take. And rook h5.
So I guess bishop d4 and knight d2.
Why not check? Take.
Ah, it's just hanging. Sorry, then of course we take. I said, sorry, of course you're right. Of course we take the pawn. And by the way, without this type of position, without the a pawns, is winning. But it's still some work to do. With 2 pieces and pawn against rook.
It's not easy? I thought it would be easy. 2 pieces with pawn against
it's winning.
rook.
It's winning, of course, but it's still some...
Oh, and then we will see a checkmate with bishop and knight against nothing.
I don't think so, but...
Oh, this would be nice.
How is this constellation with this 2, because there's also a funny story if you want to hear, because there's not so much going on with this bishop, knight and 1 pawn against rook. It's winning, of course, but you have to do some technical work. And this was a tournament in Budapest, and one of my chess buddies, Ralf Lau, was German grandmaster, and was together with my also chess buddy Klaus Bischoff. We played quite a lot of tournaments in East countries in those days, hunting for grandmaster norms. And he had in a joint game against American international master Scherzer. Was also quite good player then, and he was a good friend of the Polgar sisters and stayed at their home. And they got such an ending. And Ralf Lau had the 2 pieces and the pawn. But it was adjourned in those days. And played and for some reason, but Ralf was very nervous that he would not manage to do this technical part, and then so he tortured my friend Klaus and myself every evening that we had to train with him with how to win this game. And the next morning it should be resumed, and we said, okay, now it's over. But for some reasons there was some other game played before, and it was again resumed, and again the evening it was again adjourned. The game was just not taken up. And again, we had to train with Ralf. And what happened the next day, because it was played in the morning, Ralf came to us and was nearly in tears because he overslept.
What?
after we trained so much. But now comes the real point of the story, because as I said, his opponent Scherzer, in this basically lost position, he stayed in the home of the Polgar girls, and the Polgar girls, who are very good in endgame technique, they told him, okay, it's just totally lost. So I said, first he said, no, but I will try. But in the end, they convinced him. And just before the resumption, he had resigned the game by telephone.
No!
And you can imagine the face of Scherzer when he heard that Ralf overslept. They would even have won the game.
So always keep on fighting.
Yes. But of course, here's a different story, because these pawns are still alive, and I think then it's even much easier for white.
Oh, and Elisabeth and Alina made a draw. Here. H5, take, G3, and
Yeah.
Okay. Only 1 game left.
Yeah, this of course is totally even I think even Alexandra cannot save this.
Mm-mm.
So if you played Alexandra, would you be 100% sure that you win it?
If I would be Alexandra? Or you mean if I would be Jiner?
If you're Jiner.
Oh yeah, I would be 100% sure that I win this.
Okay.
No, really, this must be completely easy. But there is one trap. If I go for this.
Yeah, that's all. That's the way.
And then I take here, and then it's the wrong corner.
Yeah, that's also what I just thought.
Only thing I can imagine.
But these traps only work in the chess kindergarten.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you play with white?
Okay, what I play, regroup my knight to d2.
Yeah, maybe to put it to c3 in the end, knight d2, b1, c3.
For example. Actually, my idea was to play knight d2 and then e4. Yeah, just move. Move with my pawn, move with my pieces, and then someone I will win.
Yeah, as I said, it's a pity the a-pawns are still on the board, because without a-pawns, I remember from these memorable days in Budapest.
I still can't imagine that without the a-pawns it is difficult. For me it looks so easy. Knight d2.
So I guess a6 or what?
a6, yes. No, she moved with her king. Okay, king c6, and the idea is I can't take, because then it's rook a4. And then we will receive this endgame, where Stefan thinks that it's not so easy. And I guess you're right. I just trust you. I trust your experience.
Well, maybe our endgame technique in those days was not so well. Not so well developed. Ah, this happened? Oh.
No. I was just talking
Oh.
about king c6, and then the idea here is rook
Mhm.
a4. Yeah. Just to understand king c6.
But of course, white also can push the pawn now. But still, you have to make some decisions with white.
Okay, my decision is easy.
Just wait what's happening.
I think I would go for a4. Then e4. I don't know, but also here immediately e4. Phew. Okay, she went for knight e4.
Mhm.
Also good idea, and here giving check.
Mhm. Yeah, first putting the knight to c3 and then king to c4 and maybe then e4, e5. And
Yeah. a5.
Mhm.
Knight c3.
Well, I would think about a4 now, to just trying to win the a pawn.
Yeah, but anyway, after knight c3, afterwards I want to go for a4.
Well, my idea was to go knight d2 to c4, then a4, knight d2, c4.
Okay. Oh, she also goes for knight to c3.
Oh, she looks very unhappy, Alexandra, even though she won the tournament.
But this is really bad. Losing your first game in the last round, but still somehow you need to be happy because you won this tournament.
Yeah, of course.
This is a weird situation. Yeah, but I'm very sorry for you. You don't get the chance to interview Mariya.
Oh yeah.
You wished so much for this.
To wait for the next tournament.
But you can still make a picture with her.
If they want me as a commentator.
Yeah, king c4. Yeah, as I said, this is really easy to play with white. I can't imagine any complications. So now just a4, and then e-pawn is moving. Moving to e5. Then regrouping the knight again, and yeah, continue.
How much advantage? Oh, +7 something, okay. Okay, but Alexandra has defended worse positions, objectively speaking.
But there is a difference if it's +7, for example, after 10 different moves, or if it's only +7 after one move. And here I guess the problem is that there are 10 moves or more.
Well, okay, she should defend her a-pawn, but probably she will play a4.
And what about the endgame without the a-pawn? Would this be interesting, or is this also boring?
Well, then it's really tough, because then I think then you have to win the black a-pawn to win the game. It's
Oh, now her idea is king a4 and winning the pawn.
Oh, that's cool.
So I guess rook h1
Ah,
again.
maybe she's going for this ending with rook. But of course she won't trade the pawns. She just want to win the pawn, the black a-pawn, for nothing. Yeah, nice technical play by Jiner. I like a lot. Because never relax against Alexandra. Yeah, I think if she wins the a-pawn as well, then probably black will resign.
We'll see.
And or maybe knight e4, c5, b3.
Oh, sorry, king e6 happened.
Now probably knight e4. Now finally, slowly I'm getting optimistic.
Yeah, for example, there are so many ideas. Also, without winning the e-pawn, if she decided to move with the e-pawn, then she would also have won this game. But yeah, you're right. I guess after winning the e-pawn, she will resign.
Mm-hmm.
But at least it's not +7 anymore.
Well, we can just play a variation, just losing the both a pawns then.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say.
Oh, I think here it's a good moment.
Oh yeah, white just, let's say, just black would just play something and b4, say rook a1 or a8. Doesn't matter. This was the type of game, but especially I think the central pawn is where it was. I think it was a g pawn, and then it's more difficult. I think with the e pawn, it's relatively more easy. But you will see it's.
Okay.
Black is waiting somehow. Or maybe no rook c8 in such a position.
Rook c8? Okay, for example, no, c8 is
yeah,
not.
understand. Okay, doesn't matter. Rook.
But this is so easily won. I don't even know what to do. For example, this. Now, just regrouping my knight.
Okay.
Where is the difficulty?
Okay.
Yes. And now you take. This is the difficulty, right? Sorry.
Yeah, with the e pawn.
Plus 49.
Yeah, with the e pawn, it's easier. I think it was a g pawn, then it's really.
Yeah, okay. And what about the h pawn? Must be also winning, right?
Yeah, I think all the pawns are winning, but yeah, with the e pawn, it really seems easy. It's just.
Bishop f6. I think just e7. That's too early. I must, because first I give a check.
Okay, nothing to be done. Ah, no, knight d5 check.
Or here. I don't know. Maybe knight d5 is stronger. Okay, but this is...
It's still hanging on.
Okay, enjoy. Aha. I'm just wondering what I prefer here.
Okay, well, maybe let's just take a brief look back to the game.
Yeah, for example, here. Don't know. And if you wait, and then I just regroup. Bring my king somewhere else.
That's what I always want, to regroup.
For example. No.
Black
Or
is
does it
waiting.
bring anything?
Okay,
but now I can protect. Also, okay, I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit difficult.
Yeah, and as I said, with the g pawn, I think.
What?
Oh yeah, she took the second
Just
pawn.
wait, king a6 and knight moved.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. And took.
Sure. I think basically it would be time to resign. Yeah, it's a strange finish to a fascinating tournament. Yeah, but altogether really fantastic games. Very much fighting spirit. Some strange blunders, but I mean, this was spicing up the tournament. What was your favorite game in the tournament?
There were so many great games. Oh, it is really difficult to say. I think that Humpy yesterday against Alexandra played a really great game. But then, unfortunately for her, she didn't win in the end. But before, I really liked how she played it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I was fascinated by all the defenses made by Alexandra. This was also incredible. Like, what I really enjoyed were these defenses.
And I liked the game between that Nana won against Alina, the King's Indian.
This was
So
also
very,
nice,
very strong
yes.
strategy. But also Alina's counter-attack in the French defense. Against whom was it? She won with black in some nice counter-attack.
It was against Jiner.
Jiner, yeah.
Yes. Seems Alexandra is still thinking. Maybe she's thinking about resigning.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think I would resign now, but
Okay, she keeps on playing.
to tell the story when one, I think Czech grandmaster or Slovak grandmaster against me adjourned a really totally lost game.
No, tell us.
This was against Grandmaster Igor Stoll and in some tournament. I think was it in Trnava and some in those time Czechoslovakia Czech tournament. And I was totally winning rook ending, but my opponent adjourned, which was really tough for me because I had to get up next day in the morning and play afterwards my game, so I hated it. Okay, what to do? So I came, he saw my the move that I sealed, which was absolutely obvious, and immediately resigned. And I was extremely upset and said, so why did you adjourn the game? He said, I just had to make sure you don't die overnight.
Oh, this story, yeah, I heard this before.
So this is fighting spirit, but doesn't get you many friends, in fact.
Yeah, but in the other story, the one guy didn't show up.
Yeah.
Because he overslept, so this was also possible. I wouldn't enjoy this with black. I would just resign and say thank you for all the luck I had in this tournament.
Yeah, I think in fact Alexandra cannot complain in a way. I mean, she showed fantastic defense, but that so many of her opponents who are also strong grandmasters didn't cash in totally winning positions. It's unusual. You think she still likes her position? But she said that, that she always loves her position.
This time I don't believe. But I think now she will resign. No.
Yeah, probably no king. Now push the a-pawn. Push. No, black has only to give the rook for the knight and the e-pawn and then...
Great. And then you also need a king on a8.
Well, in the moment it would be enough with the king on d5.
Wow.
So this is will be the only decided game today.
All other games ended in a draw. So what will happen after this tournament? This was only the second leg of this FIDE Grand Prix of the women. So the third leg will be held in March in India, and the fourth leg will be held in Poland in May.
Yeah, so some great fights ahead. And once again, big thanks to Roman Krulich, sponsor of this tournament, one of the biggest chess sponsors in Germany for many years, because he made this tournament in Munich possible.
Yeah, and as mentioned earlier, only each player will only play 3 out of 4 legs. So in the next leg, we will see some new faces, but we will also miss some other faces. So who will join this tournament? We will see in India Goryachkina, we will see Lagno, we will see Dzagnidze Nana again, we will see the Muzychuk sisters again. And we will also see Harika Dronavalli in India, so her home country. And we will see Shuvalova again, Zhansaya, Elisabeth, Jiner, then Asabayeva, and also Humpy, Koneru in her home country.
Yeah, but for Jiner's confidence, of course, is great now to win the last round against the tournament leader and winner.
Yes.
And she's only a bit over 20, Jiner. No, what is her age? I don't know.
Yes. Born 2002. Maybe she will be another Chinese world champion in the future.
I'll see, but imagine now without the A-pawn, now you have to do quite a bit of regrouping to push the black king out.
You want to try this again?
We can try it one time with the G-pawn.
Oh.
Or with the B-pawn.
The pawn will just run.
So hopefully we will see Ronnie and Stefan again. Hi, Ronnie.
I will keep in mind my new name, Ronnie. Would be very interesting to know from where this name derives, because I never heard this before.
It's the American Veronika, probably.
I guess so. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, here in Austria and Germany, we say Froni for a short name, or just Veronika.
So as I said before, if anybody interested in our several topics that were also highlighted in our image films, just contact the Münchener Schachakademie, Munich Chess Academy. There it's easy to find us. And in case you pass by Munich, of course, you should pay a visit to the Munich Chess Academy.
It's weird that she is still fighting.
But this time it's really very hard to imagine that something is going wrong for white.
Oh, and suddenly she resigned.
Oh.
First loss for Alexandra, but still she is the big winner of this tournament, and well-deserved winner also.
Yeah, so big congrats go to both players. To Alexandra for winning the tournament, and Jiner for beating the tournament winner, the winner of the tournament. Yeah, it was a very interesting game.
Yeah, definitely.
Very complicated.
And what's also great for me, I was thinking that Alexandra would win this tournament as soon as I arrived into this tournament.
That's true.
I just had this feeling, and now it's really interesting to see her actually winning it.
You should have placed a bet.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why I didn't, but then she won the first rounds, and then I don't know.
But then the quota goes down,
the quota was bad. But in the beginning, I think I would have got good chances. So follow your instincts.
So I hope you enjoyed the tournament a lot. Yeah,
So
we see
let's
the results.
have the results. Mariya drew against Dinara, Anna drew against Zhansaya, Nana drew against Harika, Humpy drew against Zhongyi, and Jiner won against Alexandra. Alina drew against Elisabeth. So let's have a look at the final rankings after all rounds here. And we have the big winner, Alexandra Kosteniuk, with 7.5 points.
Yeah, congratulations.
Then we have Humpy Koneru with 7 points on the second rank.
Also a very strong result, and definitively more was possible.
Yeah, and she just loves the second places in the FIDE Women Grand Prix. Then we have Nana Dzagnidze with 6.5 points on the third place. Congratulations.
Yeah, bronze is also nice in this strong tournament, and they are all collecting valuable points for the overall standings and chance to go to the candidates in the end.
Then we have Dronavalli Harika with 6 points. Good news for the Indian fans here. And the next leg will also be held in India. So we will see if this puts some kind of pressure on the players or not. Because when I was talking with Zhansaya, then she agreed that it was some kind of pressure at the first leg, which was held in her home country, Kazakhstan.
Yeah, of course. Before the fans are watching and expecting some miracles from you, it's not so easy.
And then we have some players with 5.5 points. We have Jiner showing a very great tournament. We also have Zhansaya. She woke up in the last rounds of this tournament. We have Elisabeth, also was fighting very strong and had big chances for more points.
Yeah, I think she played maybe the most aggressive and creative chess, but was lacking a bit of luck.
And then we have Zhongyi also with 5.5 points. Yeah, very unlucky this tournament for the Muzychuk sisters. We have Mariya Muzychuk with 5 points. Then we have Alina Kashlinskaya with 4.5 points. Then Anna Muzychuk with only 4 points.
Yeah, she was really in unusually bad form. I mean, both Muzychuk sisters are very strong normally, as I experienced myself, and they were just in very bad shape here.
And then we have Dinara Wagner with 3.5 points.
Yeah, but still she showed, in my view, from the positional point of view, she showed really great games, and just her time management prevented her from getting a much better place. So if she can improve that one, then I wouldn't be surprised if she goes some 100 ELO points ahead.
So what do you think about the rankings? Did you expect this? Because you never answered my question, who is your favorite here?
Well, I must say before the tournament I was not so in women's top chess, so I did not really know. Well, of course I knew the players a bit, but not about their actual form or what to expect. So I don't know. For me anything would have been possible. I couldn't. I really. Well, it would have just been a blind guess from my side.
I mean, you never know, because all the players are very strong here. But yeah, as I said, I just had this big feeling that this would be the tournament for Alexandra Kosteniuk. And she was winning in the end. Okay,
and the next time you should put a bet.
Yes, thank you.
To make lots of money.
That's what I'm learning here, yes. So I'm afraid that we don't have any guest here in our studio anymore.
Yeah, if Jiner is not coming.
No, I don't believe so. So we have to thank you all for watching.
Yeah, and for a nice commentary.
Yeah, thanks
I mean,
so much.
the commentary on our commentary.
And thanks to FIDE for organizing this tournament. Thanks for Roman Krulich being such a great sponsor and making it possible.
Yeah, absolutely.
That this will be hosted here in Munich.
Without Roman and FIDE, not to forget the hotel as a perfect host, with really a fantastic location here in the heart of Munich.
And also thanks so much for the broadcast team.
Yeah.
Without them, we wouldn't have any commentary.
Yeah,
and no games.
And we would be absolutely lost without their technical support.
Yeah, so a big thanks to everyone who was helping here and made this such an unforgettable tournament. And special thanks, of course, for the players.
Yes, for the great fighting spirit.
Yes, and very nice games we saw here.
And thanks a lot to Veronika
And
give me company
Grandmaster
for-
Stefan Kindermann.
Okay, so hope you will see us again, or maybe we meet at some tournament, or you come for a visit to the Munich Chess Academy. And I wish you all the best.
Yeah,
Enjoy chess.
it was a great pleasure having so many grandmasters here and being able to do the first commentary at the tournament for me.
Yeah.
So thank you so much and all the best and enjoy chess. Have fun.
All the best. Bye.
Bye.